I misled you. We took 1 minute, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. We are calling the meeting, the TRPA Governing Board meeting to order. The date is Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, and it is now 1:03 p.m. The first item on the agenda is the roll call, and Maria, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Aldine. Mr. Aguilar. Ms. Conrad Seda. Ms. Dis.
Here.
Ms. Faustinos.
Here.
Mr. Friedrich.
Here.
Ms. Gustafson.
Here.
Mr. Hicks.
Here.
Ms. Hill. Mr. Honigman.
Here.
Ms. Lane.
Here.
Mr. Rice. Mr. Settlemeyer.
Here.
Ms. Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Maria. And I'm going to go over the rules for the day, but I do want to mention that in just a minute, we do have some new faces and we will do some introductions in just a few minutes. So for the rules for today, for the members of the public who are joining us remotely, to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov and under the calendar heading, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for January 25th, 2023. And there you'll find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking raise hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. Or holler out for me because sometimes I don't see your hand. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. And remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. Please, everyone, remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on the background noise and feedback. Finally, I would like to ask that all remote board members turn on their cameras if they are able. And so for those of you here in person, please raise your hand at the appropriate time for public comment and you will be called to the front to speak. Board members who are in person, again, raise your hand if you wish to comment and speak clearly into the microphone in front of you. If you are viewing the webinar on a personal computer, please ensure that your microphone and speakers are turned off to prevent audio feedback into the room. And so our next item is item 2 on our agenda. And if we, I'm going to ask that Shelley, you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, I didn't say, I'm so sorry, Shelley.
Please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's always that moment. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 3. This is the approval of today's agenda. Staff, are there any changes to today's agenda?
No, Madam Chair, no changes.
Are there any objections from the board? Otherwise, we are going to deem the agenda approved. I'm not seeing any. Jessica or Ashley? Great. Okay. So we'll deem the agenda approved. And before we move on to the next of our rest of our agenda, I'd like to give our new board members a chance to introduce themselves. And you're not going to be the only ones on the hot seat because I'm going to ask our older board members or senior, I shouldn't say older, tenured board members to all experienced board members to introduce ourselves to you as well. So we're going to start. Francisco Aguilar, the new Nevada Secretary of State. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I think you said everything that needed to be said. I'm excited to be here and look forward to representing the great state of Nevada. Thank you.
Congratulations. And James Settlemeyer.
Thank you. I'm the new Director of Division of Conservation and Natural Resources for the state of Nevada. Previously, I had the pleasure of working on Tahoe issues with your Executive Director and many of you in the capacity in the State Senate and State Assembly, serving on the intercommittee looking at Tahoe issues and Marlette Lake. So I look forward to continuing those efforts and addressing resource concerns and issues. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Brooke Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brooke Lane, newly elected Supervisor for El Dorado County. Many of you will remember that I served the city of South Lake Tahoe for about 10 years and was on the TRPA board from 2018 to 2020. So it's fun to be back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And then we'll go around the room. Bud, do you want to go first?
Yes, I guess I'm one of the older members of the board and also senior members of the board. It's been my pleasure to serve on the board for the last 5 years. I was appointed by the President of the United States. For our new members, I have no vote, but I have a voice, and you'll be hearing from me from time to time.
Thank you, Bud. John?
Welcome new board members. John Friedrich. I serve as the City of South Lake Tahoe Council's representative on the board. I was elected in 2020 and have been serving since.
Hi there, Belinda Faustinos. Hi, Brooke, it's good to see you. So I have been serving on the board now for well over 5 years, and I'm an appointee of the Speaker of the Assembly for the State of California.
And I'm Haley Williamson. I'm the Nevada member at large. So once in a year, the Nevadans thus far have elected me to continuing to represent the great state of Nevada. And my day job, I am the chair of the Public Utilities Commission. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Cindy Gustafson, Placer County Supervisor. I've served on the board, I think just 3 years, right? But I've lived and worked in the basin for 40 years. So had a long career in local government before joining the Board of Supervisors. Shelley.
Hi, I'm Shelley Aldine. Again, welcome to everyone. Nice to have you with us today. I was elected to the Carson City Board of Supervisors in 2003, and I served until 2010. And then the fact that nobody on the current Board of Supervisors was interested in serving in this capacity, I was asked to continue to serve as a representative of Carson City. And so I am celebrating my 20th year as a member of this board. So
I didn't know that. 20 years. There we go. The most tenured.
Yeah. My name is Vince Henigman, and I'm from San Francisco. I'm an appointee by the governor of California, and I've been serving on the board for about 1.5 years now.
Great. And now we'll go online, and top of my list is Jessica.
Hi, welcome to all the new members. My name is Jessica Diss, and I was appointed to the governing board just about 6 months ago by former Governor Sisolak. I'm sorry I'm not there in person today, but I'm currently in Reno at my office for my day job, which is an attorney and compliance professional for ORMAT.
Thank you, Jessica. Ashley.
Good morning, and sorry I missed the roll call. I think my audio was connecting at the time, but I'm here. My name is Ashley Conrad Seda. Like Vince, I was appointed by the governor of California towards the end of 2021, and it's been a really great time serving on the board. My day job is in climate action around a number of organizations that work to move faster and increase the pace and scale of climate activities. And it's just, it's nice to see the new members. Thanks.
And I'm not seeing Alexis back yet. I think she's going to try to come back to the meeting, but Maria, do you see her or Catherine?
She is not currently on.
Okay, so I apologize. And I did want to remind, thanks everyone and welcome. I did want to remind us, we still are one seat short with Bill Yates's retirement from California. We're still waiting for a replacement. So we are still 1 member short, but we're so happy to have all of our new members and our more tenured members with us. So we'll move on to item 4, approval of minutes. This is on your agenda on page 47 of your packet. These are the minutes from December 14th, 2022. Does any member of the board wish to make a change?
Madam Chair, I had a few clerical corrections, which I have shared with Maria, and with that, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the minutes from the governing board meeting of December 14th, 2022 as amended.
Are there any objections? Any comments? Okay, then all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 5, TRPA consent calendar. There are 8 items on consent, 3 of which were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee, 2 of which were reviewed by the Regional Plan Implementation Committee, and 3 which weren't reviewed by any committee. As a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on, or in Zoom, raise your hand to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. And so first we'll go through and have reports from our committees. Shelley, you're up for Operations and Governance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellow board member Vince. The committee unanimously recommended that the governing board approve the December financials. Just briefly, the budget is on track. All expenditures are within budget and revenues are at or exceed projections, which is a good thing. Next item is the 2022 audited financial statements. We had a presentation by our auditor, Jeff Bell, who joined us earlier today. The auditor issued an unmodified report, meaning that the agency is compliant with a GAAP and GASB accounting standards. One issue was identified regarding the untimely receipt of El Dorado County's TDA audit. TRPA staff will work more closely with El Dorado County staff to prevent this from happening in the future. And I know that Chris Kyler, our finance director, kind of threw down the gauntlet for Brooke Lane as she was sitting in the audience minding her own business. So, and then the last item reviewed for recommendation to the governing board was the 2023 watercraft inspection fee schedule. No changes are proposed for this year, although there was a minor change on the sticker fee schedule, confirming that the single decontamination fee, it was $25 last year and will remain $25 for the current season. In addition, Tom Booz, our staff member who presented the item, noted that there was a correction in the third to last whereas in the resolution, correcting the estimated funding for the watercraft inspection plan for the 2023 season, which is actually $2.38 million.
Thank you, Shelley. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Any online? Okay. Then Shelley, you got to volunteer yourself for the Regional Plan Implementation Committee interim
I'm
chair.
not sure I volunteered myself. But I did.
I
accept
might have nominated you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The 2 items that are on the consent calendar are both amendments to plan area statements, and they are basically administrative in that they are to correct some inaccuracies that were previously undetected. So there was no, I think there was one public comment on one of the amendments, but other than that, there was no public comment on either of these proposed amendments. And as I say, they were presented to us in an effort to correct some inaccuracies in our mapping process.
Thank you, Shelley. Are there any comments or questions from the board on those items? Not seeing any. Then consent items 6 through 8 were not heard by any committee. 6 is a resolution in recognition of National Radon Action Month. Number 7 is governing board committee membership appointments. And number 8 is APC membership reappointment for the Carson City lay member, Kevin Hill, and the City of South Lake Tahoe lay member, Susan Chandler. Information on these items can be found on pages 297, 299 and 303 of your packets. Are there any questions or comments from board members on these consent items? I'm not seeing any, and I'm not seeing any online. So we'll go to public comment on this item. If there's any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on any of these items on consent calendar today, please raise your hand now in person or click raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen or by dialing *9 on your phone, and you will be called on and unmuted by a TRPA staff member. Are there any members here today in the room with us? Not seeing any. Maria or Catherine, do we have anyone online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online to comment on this item.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment and I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you, Vince. And we'll do a roll call vote on this.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Aye.
Mr. Settlemyre,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. And now we are going to move on. We need a motion to adjourn as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and convene as the Tahoe Metropolitan Planning Organization. Do I have a motion to adjourn and convene? Thank you. So we'll convene now as the TMPO. And with that, we have another member of the TMPO board. Mike, do you want to introduce yourself? I skipped you before, so I thought it was appropriate to have you say a few words now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mike Gabor. I represent the U.S. Forest Service. I sit on the TMPO. I actually do not know why, but I've been doing it for 15 years.
Thank you, Mike. And I apologize. I needed to take a vote on that. So do we need to call the roll again? Yes.
You can just do a voice vote.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to the TMPO consent calendar. This is item 6 on our agenda. There are 2 items on consent which were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee. As a reminder to the public, after the board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in Zoom to be unmuted. So Shelley, do you mind giving us a report on those items?
Sure. There's actually only one item under consent, the TMPO consent calendar. And that's to authorize our executive director to submit an application to the California Department of Housing and Community Development's higher impact transformative allocation of the Regional Early Action Planning 2.0 funding program. So there was a brief discussion about preparing the application, and the proposal will basically include funding for a more robust community engagement and capacity building. And we talked about some of the visualization tools and innovative opportunities that the application will include, such as citizens academies. And so with that, Madam Chair, the committee voted unanimously to recommend approval.
Thank you, Shelley. And then are there any comments or questions from any board members on this item? Yes, Mr. Hester?
I'm not on the board, but I would like to thank board members Honigman and Ashley Conrad Seda for helping us put the application together.
Thank you, John. We do appreciate the volunteer work of our board members. And so now we'll go to public comment on this item. If any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on this agenda item, please raise your hand now in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen or by dialing *9 on your phone, and you will be called on and unmuted by a TRPA staff member. Now, we did receive a written comment asking that this item be pulled. I don't see the individual here. She may be online. Do we have anybody on? Is there anybody here in the room that has a comment on this agenda item? Is there anybody online for this item?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, well, I believe we addressed it at the earlier meeting. So with that, I would close the public comment and ask for a motion to approve this item. Thank you. Mario, will you call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Mr. Settlemyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Mr. Gabor,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. Before we move to the next agenda item, we'll bid farewell to Mike and we will adjourn as the TMPO and reconvene as the TRPA Planning Agency. Don't go far, Mike. So do I have a motion to adjourn and reconvene?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now we'll move on to item 7 on our agenda, administrative matters. And we are going to start with a long-awaited, today anyway, resolution recognizing governing board member Jim Lawrence, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Item is found on page 311 of your packet. And as a reminder, if you'd like to speak, you may raise your hand. And I've said that several times now. So with that, I'm going to go up to the dais and ask Jim to join me, read the resolution, and I believe staff has a parting gift for his service. I know, I didn't either. No, I can do this. I don't even need my reading glasses. So Jim, the governing board it's such a loss with your departure for many reasons. And we'll try to capture it in these words, and I'm sure other board members might want to make a few comments. So we'll start with the resolution. Whereas Jim has contributed greatly to upholding the bi-state Tahoe Regional Planning Compact and dutifully served as a member of the TRPA Governing Board representing the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources from 2014 to 2022. And whereas, as the representative from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, he has been responsible for coordination of Nevada's environmental improvement efforts at Lake Tahoe in collaboration with TRPA and other partners in the basin. And whereas Jim's leadership within the state of Nevada and tireless commitment to the environmental improvement program has resulted in more than 200 million of state investments in the restoration of Lake Tahoe in support of the outdoor recreation economy. And whereas while on the TRPA governing board, Jim was instrumental in leading the efforts and serving as the chair of the Environmental Improvement, Transportation, and Public Outreach Committee. And whereas he faithfully served as chair of the TRPA governing board from 2017 to 2018. And whereas Jim is the only governing board member who also served as a TRPA staff member, and therefore possessed extraordinary knowledge and understanding of complex land use and natural resource issues. And whereas Jim gave up early career successes, such as running the scrambler ride at carnivals, I don't know about that one, and serving on the road crew for the band that opened for Big Axe, nearly touring with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, to obtain his undergraduate and graduate education and pursue a career that included improving the environment and communities, thus demonstrating that it is also cool to stay in school. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency does hereby express its sincere appreciation for Jim's service to TRPA and the state of Nevada and wishes him well in his future adventures and work pursuits. And so with that, I first need a motion, or actually, should I go to public comment first? Public comment, I'll start with the board. Are there any board members who would like to embarrass Jim further?
Of course. I've had my share of embarrassing moments today myself, Jim. You know, I've known Jim in various capacities for a long time, and he is a great guy. And as the resolution so aptly states, he is a wealth of knowledge. And his commitment is truly admirable. His commitment to his job and his commitment to the environment and the improvement of the resources in Nevada. But rather than, continuing to recite all of his various accomplishments, I wrote a short poem, and you'll have to indulge me. I'm not going to sing it this time, though. And it relates a little bit to one of the whereases that Cindy just read in your resolution. From road crew groupie to government gigs, your wealth of knowledge will be missed, but rest assured, as former chair, your carbon footprint will persist. For no one passes through this life without an imprint left behind. Your faithful service to this board has caused me now to redefine the crucial role we all must play as servants for the greater good. So worry not that times have changed, for we will stand where you once stood. Don't ruminate on choices made or push against life's whirling eddies. Just thank the Lord you're alive and well, unlike that big act, Tom Earl Petty. So, yeah, just I'm sure you'll land on your feet and find something more exciting to do than to serve on the TRPA governing board.
Yeah, this morning was pretty exciting.
Are there other board members? Yes, Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was so disappointed when I heard the news that you were going to be leaving this governing body. I had the honor of serving with you for a couple of years, and I learned a lot. I was very much a rookie, I still am, but there were some great members that served on this board, of which you were one of them. You're very honest. It shows from the audience. You always do your homework, and you always ask hard questions. And you also gave me a perspective of a person who knows Tahoe well, but doesn't live here. And you saw some things differently than I did. And so I would just want to acknowledge that and appreciate you, and hope that you continue to come and enjoy us instead of, the daytime TV.
Yes, thank you, Brooke. Every fourth Wednesday, I know where the lunch.
Yes, Bud.
Well, I'd like to thank Jim for the example that he set for me, and I think for the other board members. But when I came on, I didn't know anything about this agency, at least as to how it functioned. And Jim, your leadership at that time, you were chairman of the board, and it was just amazing. You're a kind, gentle, knowledgeable man of great character. I always appreciated your comments. I always learned from your comments, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud. I appreciate it.
Yes. Go ahead, James. And then Vince.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Mr. Lawrence, we've worked together for many years. You've always done a phenomenal job representing the state of Nevada, whether it be on this governing board or all the natural resource issues through time. You've seen me grow up a little bit from conservation district member to helping work on Tahoe issues in the legislature. And I'm so grateful for your kindness and generosity and friendship, and giving me your cell phone number so I can continue to bother you. And believe me, I will. Thank you for everything you've done.
All right. Well, thank you, Director, and welcome to the board. You're going to have a good time.
Vince.
Yeah, Jim, you were one of the first people I met when I was appointed to the board. Bill and you kind of sat me down and gave me a rundown of what was going on, and my head almost exploded, and continues. So for the new board members, it's get used to it. But I really appreciate that and all the guidance and advice that you gave. You've been someone to look up to and someone to model on this board. And we are all going to miss you. It's a huge loss, but really appreciate all you've done, and having your kind face around is always fun. So I do hope you'll be back too. So thank you.
Thank you, Vince.
John.
Well, Shelley's contribution inspired me to add a couple whereas clauses here in the moment, which I've heard echoed in a few others. So I just said, Whereas Jim always asks thoughtful and tough questions, and whereas those questions are always asked respectfully and kindly, and whereas Jim's passion for the protection of Lake Tahoe and its inhabitants is heartfelt, and whereas Jim's love of live music and discussions thereof are always inspiring, therefore, I dare say, we will miss you dearly. And I just want to say, yeah, Jim, you've always, you've been here asking really probing, thoughtful, illuminating questions for so long. And I too was really sad to know you were going to be stepping down, and I'll miss all of those conversations that we've had and getting to know each other at the retreat last year and at other times. And regardless of any particular issues under discussion, you've always been just such a genuine and good person. And again, I'm really glad that we've had the chance to serve together in this couple years, and I will see you on the dance floor.
I will see.
Yeah.
Maybe at a certain show in a couple weeks.
Belinda. These are hard acts to follow. by the way. Belinda.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, everyone has said it, and I just, Jim, you have been such a joy to work with, and for me, just, a mentor that has helped me through this process, in particular, being a fellow Southern Californian, always guiding me down the right path. And your big shoes to fill on the EIP, and I really am going to go back and look at all my notes I took in presentations to try to emulate just your, as everyone has said, your thoroughness and your thoughtfulness in the way that you approach your work, which I think we all aspire to. So thank you. And I'm going to try to hit you up to join a concert at one time too.
There you go. Thank you. And I'll look you up next time I go down to SoCal.
Okay.
It's so great to have you on the board and talk about stories about my old hood down in Pico Rivera and Downey and the San Gabriel Mountains. So it's been fun.
Yes, Haley.
Other than saying everyone said so many true things, you always come prepared. You always are so thoughtful. I think one thing as well I've always benefited from is your encyclopedic knowledge. There are so many times when I called you and said, Jim, what happened here? And you were like, well, in the 80s. And then we went from there. Your dedication to the lake, to Nevada is so apparent. Thank you for the public service you gave. And please know that we all have your cell phone numbers, and we'll keep bugging you with questions because your input's really invaluable. So thank you for everything you've provided.
Thank you, Haley.
And I believe Ashley and Jessica have their hands up. Ashley, you want to go first, and then Jessica?
Ashley, you're muted.
Sorry. I was just saying, I greatly admire Jim's candor, his knowledge that we've all talked about, his enthusiasm, and his care for the lake and the communities that appreciate it. Jim, you're a true public servant, and you faithfully serve the greater good rather than a political end. You also really focus on moving sound science to action, and I just really appreciate that. So you set an incredibly hard act to follow, and for me, especially on the Threshold Committee, I'll try to carry that along. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley.
And Jessica?
Yes, Jim, I just wanted to echo what everyone else has said and thank you for your dedication to Lake Tahoe, but also to the state of Nevada. And really, it's just been such a joy to work with you and to come to meetings and see your smiling face. And you do your homework, and you always came prepared and really took great care, I think, to balance all of the issues for not just the basin as a whole, but particularly for the Nevada side. And I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Jessica. And I know where your office is, so I'm sure we'll be bumping because I live in the same neighborhood. So
yes, yeah. I'll see you at Peddler's Deli, hopefully.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, any other board members want to make a comment? I just wanted to add a couple things. Jim, everybody has captured it. You always treated the public and fellow board members with absolute respect, even when you disagreed with us or them. You listened thoughtfully to every presentation and asked incredible questions, and were just such an example of a great board member. I also had the pleasure of watching Jim volunteer because in addition to all his other duties at the state and with TRPA, he was a special advisor to the Tahoe Fund board. And when we formed that organization, we weren't quite sure what we were doing and what we were funding, and his wisdom and leadership on how to deploy private resources to maximize the state and federal funding was essential to our success. And he's due a large part to your advice and leadership. So thank you, Jim, for that as well. And now I'm going to open it up to any members of the public that would like to say a few words. Raise your hand. Oh, there we go.
I too would like to thank Jim. I would often call or email when I was in need of information so I could provide meaningful comments to your board for consideration. Thanks, Jim. And I almost brought you my brick from the Golden Bear, but I couldn't.
Oh, just that you almost did.
Any other members of the public here? Anybody online?
Yes, we have a few hands raised. First up is Lou Feldman. Lou, if you unmute. Lou, I can see you're unmuted, but I'm not sure your microphone is connected. Lou will circle back. The other hand raised is Ann Nichols. Ann, if you're able to unmute.
Yep, could you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hey, 15 years. And as someone who objects to large scale development, you've always been good, never picked on me. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Lou, if you're able to unmute yourself. And again, I can see you're unmuted, but I'm not sure your microphone is picking you up.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Carl Hasty. Jim and I've worked together at TRPA mid-90s, earlier than that. Time flies. So we've worked together for a long time in a lot of capacities, and I really appreciate working with you and all that you've done. I'm sorry that you're off of here, but I got a feeling that we're not going to exactly not see you again. Somehow you're going to pop up in another life, but still interested in Tahoe because I know it's in your blood, like it is in mine. So I appreciate all that you've done and hearing the good words from the board here today. Thank you.
Still on. So my name is Dan Segan, TRPA staff, and I'm the lead of the Threshold Update Initiative, which Jim was a founding member of the committee that oversees that. And I just want to thank him for always being prepared for those meetings, and note for the record that I did offer to hand off my next presentation to him because he'd probably be better prepared to give those remarks than I will. And he declined. So thanks again, Jim.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, well, I apologize, Lou. You're going to have to sing a song later. So, Jim.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
I'm sorry, had some technical difficulty, but Jim, you and I have worked together for decades when you were a planner. Your role at NTRPA and what many folks may appreciate the incredible job you did on the Bi-State Consultation Committee, bringing both states together to adopt the regional plan update and continuing to be that bridge between Nevada and California. And the work that you have done through the years is certainly an inspiration to me, and I'm sure everyone in the room. And personally, you have been a great friend and mentor, and I have been honored to have the opportunity to work with you on matters in the state of Nevada and at TRPA. Thanks so much for your service.
Well, thank you, Lou. Appreciate that.
great. Yes. So on behalf of the staff and board, We are presenting Jim with this beautiful, beautiful photo. Thank you, Julie and staff for pulling this off.
Why don't we stand over here? Right, get in
Okay.
the middle.
Okay, move over that way just a bit. Okay. There we go. Okay, I do think we need a motion to accept that resolution.
So
Oh,
moved.
I have a lot of motions, yes, and then we're going to call the roll. And then we'll let Jim say a few words. We're going to take a vote. Go ahead and. Are you gonna
Okay.
call the roll? Yeah.
You wanna do
go
that?
ahead and call the roll.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Gratefully, yes.
Ms. Hill, Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Absolutely.
Mr. Settlemyre,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I wish to cast my non-vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for that non-vote. So with that, Jim, would you like to say a few words? And Julie, did you want to say?
Yes,
a
I
word?
just wanted to let the board know, first of all, I've worked with Jim a long time and I wanted to thank him for his incredible service and having been a former staff member, the support that he provided. And when he did ask pointed questions, it was always appreciated that it was always very respectful of the staff and always had that at heart. And so on behalf of the staff, let me say how much we really, really appreciated that. And this piece is called Nature's Controlled Burn. And it is by a new local photographer who's opening a gallery at Heavenly Village. And we were his first customer. And Jim is always a person who supports local business in our region. And I thought that would be appropriate.
That is
So
perfect.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, boy. This is a challenge for an introvert and person with stoic New England blood in them. It's cliche for a deadhead to lead with what a long, strange trip it's been, but what a long, strange trip it's been. I really had a lot. I am so touched and I am just so honored and thankful for the kind words. It's truly been a labor of love. I think I've shared this with some of you. When I got out of grad school in Oregon, there weren't a lot of jobs, but I did read a little article about a TRPA job that was open in 1991 and actually got it. And thought, well, how hard can that be? It's just a little mountain resort community. I mean, yeah, that can't be that hard. And it's just a labor of love. Tahoe is such a very special place. And certainly I've got to enjoy Tahoe, not ever as a resident, but certainly as somebody that grew up in Southern California and then moved to Santa Cruz, to just enjoy it as a visitor. Have a lot of family camping memories here. And then since 91, just enjoyed it since it was my backyard, living down in Carson Valley and Reno. It's a very special place for so many different reasons. It's a labor of love. And a lot of it was, you heard this morning is there are so many people that are so passionate about this basin and just love it. And that is one of the things the basin has going for it and this board has going for it is that's kind of rare sometimes, but it also makes it challenging. And the more things change, the more things stay the same. And I was kind of thinking about this a little bit. When I started here in 91, everything that the agency did, it was either selling the environment out to a developer, or it was strangling the business community with too much regulation. It was never in between. And the agency has always done a really phenomenal job walking that line and following the law. The consistency is important. And I do strongly believe, after doing this for a long time, the basin is better with a TRPA. The basin and TRPA it's for the good. And it's good work that you're doing here. I have all the respect for these board members and for the staff in particular. It's been such a treat to come up here and see some of the staff members I used to work with in the 90s. And I really a lot of respect for them. I just will leave with lastly, I know you got a big day and I've got all the time in the world. So yeah. But you know, I went to you know, certainly got a planning degree and natural resource degree, but what makes Tahoe fascinating, and somebody mentioned it earlier, you know, it maybe should have been a national park, but it's not. I don't know of a place anywhere else that is such a cauldron between environmental systems, economic systems, social systems, and political systems. All of that comes to bear right here. And because of that, and because none of those are stagnant, they're always changing, which means we're always going to have a lot of challenges. And there's never a perfect path because of the dynamic up here. So I would encourage whether state, federal, local, private, nonprofit, across the board, visitor, resident, to recognize that there is no perfect path, but this place is worth protecting, and that it's best to choose the best imperfect path and go together, because it's going together that's where you get the meaningful, sustainable change. So thank you all for the kind words. And I know you got a big afternoon, so I will shut up. So thank you. Thank you so much.
So well deserved, Jim. Thank you. So we'll move on now to item 8 on our agenda. These are planning matters. And first item is 8A, measuring what matters, thresholds and monitoring update strategic initiative. We're sorry Jim has to leave, so Dan Segan is going to have to give the presentation.
I will offer one last time, Jim. Do you want to sit in? No. That looks like a no, so I'll continue. My name is Dan Segan. I'm a natural resource analyst here at TRPA, and I also have the pleasure of leading the Measuring What Matters strategic initiative, formerly known as the Threshold Update. Next slide, please. So for those of you who are not indoctrinated with our system already, threshold standards or environmental threshold carrying capacities are something given to us by an act of Congress. Next slide, please. It's often a confusing term, and we've been told in multiple peer reviews that we should not refer to them as environmental threshold carrying capacities because no one knows what we're talking about. Instead, we should refer to them as threshold standards. So that's what you'll hear me to do throughout today's presentation. Next slide, please. But threshold standards are really something quite simple. They're the overall goals that drive this agency and drive the partnership overall. So they're established by the Bi-State Compact that started this agency, and the Bi-State Compact puts it above all else and says that the regional plan that we develop, the goal of that regional plan, first and foremost, is to achieve and maintain those threshold standards. And everything else that we do is motivated by that. So we develop a regional plan, code of ordinances, and finally, the findings that you make on every project, the findings you're making are, is this consistent with our long-term vision for the region as contained in those threshold standards? Next slide, please. They're not just our goals, they've been adopted by the entire partnership, and you'll see them frequently referenced both in funding documents from the 2 states, as well as by the federal government. This is the LTRA priority list, and it's directing the people that are allocating the funds that we receive from the federal government through LTRA to direct those resources towards environmental gain, towards our threshold standards. So they're still really relevant to everything that we do today. Next slide, please. So why are we updating them? They're so important. Next slide. And the reason is the vast majority of our standards were adopted in 1982 and have not been modified since. And as a result of that, they're a little bit odd with today's sort of values. So we've got standards for the protection of the Canada goose, which, as many of you probably know, is more of a nuisance in our region than it is a species that you'd likely be working to protect. But we don't have any standards for reduction of wildfire risk in our region. So clearly the standards are out of step with where we are today. Next slide, please. And this is actually, I'm realizing, far too small for you to read right now. But the notion that the standards are out of step and no longer grounded in the latest science is something that's also come up in multiple peer reviews. Next slide, please. So we've started on this initiative to update those threshold standards. Next slide. Perfect. And we've got about a little over 140 of them today. We're not trying to do the whole lot all at once. We're trying to take more manageable bites at this apple. So the first round includes just under 100 standards and 6 categories overall. And we started that just about a year ago today. Next slide, please. And I want to highlight a couple things that are a little bit different about this process compared to other processes that you'll hear. And there's sort of 3 aspects of that. There's a science component. So many of these standards are grounded in fairly complex science. So we've had the Tahoe Science Advisory Council advising us the whole way. As I mentioned before, the standards set the path for the entire EIP partnership. So we're talking about almost 100 agencies, 100 partners region-wide that are working towards them. So we have extensive involvement of them. And finally, we have a stakeholder working group so that I don't have to come to you every month and go through all the details, but we work through them and then we take it up through committee and finally it reaches your desk. Next slide, please. Actually, I'll try to speed through these because I know you're behind. So this is next slide. And next slide again. And actually, I will say one thing on this slide. So the stakeholder working group that I mentioned that Jim was a part of, there's 2 representatives of the governing board that sit on that working group. We met 3 times over the last 2 years. Actually, we've lost both members in the last 2 months. So Oscar Wilde comes to mind. To lose one is unfortunate. To lose a second seems careless. So I will try to be far more gentle with members Settlemyre and members Conrad Seda and try to keep them around a little bit longer. Oh, it's member Aguila. Oh, okay, sorry. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of where we started. So when we started this whole initiative, the goals that the agencies were working towards were contained in a resolution called Resolution 8211, and it looks something like what you see on the board. And one of the first things we did with the Science Advisory Council was we actually went through that, what I would call unintelligible paragraphs, and identified where the actual goals lived in that. Next slide or advance. So in all that, the globs of text that you see on the screen, what we distilled was that there was actually 13 goals contained there. And the idea here is if you want to start talking about changing your goals, you really need to have a firm understanding and a grounding in what your goals are today. And you need to have a reference system by which you can actually refer to those. Next slide. So we converted whole blocks of text to these more manageable goals that we can actually refer to and that we use today. And we say the goal under fisheries F1, and we know we're referring to that goal. Next slide, please. We also worked with the Science Advisory Council to look at some really hard questions and design an entire framework through which we would manage information and ultimately through which we'd make decisions about what would be a threshold and how do we best manage towards that threshold. And so this framework is called a results chain, and it really involves putting information into 3 different categories. We have inputs, those are the actions that we're doing. We have outputs from those are the immediate things that you get as a result of that. So in this example, the input is miles of street sweeping. The immediate output of that is all the sediment and nutrients that we pull up from the street. And the overall outcome, or the reason that we're doing that, is we're trying to preserve and maintain the clarity of the lake. And what we did as part of this system is we said, we're going to divide up this world and say, the things that we actually care about, the reasons and the motivations for why we're doing all of these actions, those are our threshold standards. Those are the things that are driving the partnership. So we've clarified for the first time what it is to be a threshold standard. Next slide, please. And if this is the first time you're hearing about a results chain, I want to assure you this is not something new that we've invented for Tahoe. They're used by the United Nations, USAID, World Health Organizations, and funding agencies around the world trying to solve complex problems. And the reason they're used by so many of these is that you often don't see immediate results from what you do. You often don't see, we don't sweep the street once and all of a sudden restore 40 feet of clarity in our lake. There's long time lags here that make evaluation much more difficult than that. So you need this logical framework that allows you to connect those things that you do with the things that you want at the end of the day. Next slide, please. And the benefits for us as a partnership are really twofold here. So I mentioned earlier that the Environmental Improvement Program consisted of almost 100 organizations. So by organizing information like this and cataloging why it is that each of these agencies are doing what they're doing and how much of it they're doing, we promote accountability both between the agencies within the partnership, to our stakeholders, and ultimately to you as well and the people that fund all of this work. The second thing is that it promotes adaptive management. So we talk a lot about adaptive management or data-based decision-making. This is probably something you hear about in your day jobs all the time. But what does that really mean? And how do you organize information so that it actually promotes learning? And what we think is by organizing information in these results chains, so we're tracking the immediate outputs of all of our actions and ultimately their connection to our long-term goals, that we can actually provide those frameworks, and we can, in the long term, we can shift money to projects that are delivering higher ROI and improve or discontinue funding to projects that are not delivering the expected results. Next slide, please. Beyond that, we worked with the Science Council to identify 3 things that threshold standards themselves needed to live up to. So I already mentioned that they need to be outcome-based. They need to live at the end of this food chain. The other 2 things that they needed to be are specific and measurable, meaning we have to be able to collectively be able to track progress towards those goals. We're not just going to have aspirational statements like, we're here to keep Tahoe blue. What we actually want to do is we want to define what that means for all of us, so we have a common grounding in what it means and we can all measure progress together. Next slide, please. So we've applied this framework to our threshold system right now. And the bad news is not many of the current 150 thresholds lived up to the high criteria that we had. There's some bright spots here. Many of them were actually directed at outcomes, but they often weren't specific and measurable. So we're going through the process of improving all of those. Next slide, please. And the outline we presented to you, so we started with, and we presented this back in February, I believe, of 2022, organized our new threshold standards into 4 broad categories: watersheds and water quality, forest health, biodiversity, and air quality. Next slide, please. And for each of those, we put forward about 20 to 25 overall values and said, based on these goals or value statements, which we think collectively express the aspirations of our partnership, we're going to work to develop threshold standards. These are the specific and measurable goals. And then we're also going to identify performance measures that will enable us to track progress and evaluate what we're doing. And depending on where you sit in the debate, either we are moving far too fast and making a lot of erratic changes, or we are plodding along incredibly slowly and not doing anything. Next slide, please. And I just want to give you I'm going to walk through what's actually happening behind the scenes to sort of give a little bit of color in terms of what's actually happening here. And I'm going to use 2 of the value statements as examples for what's going on behind the scenes in these discussions. And those 2 are deep lake clarity. This is what Tahoe is known for, and nearshore algae. Next slide, please. And I'll start with deep lake clarity. So many of you probably know UC Davis started measuring the clarity of Lake Tahoe in the late 1960s and documented a decline in the lake clarity that was alarming to many and really codified environmental activism within our region. Some people say led to the development of this agency and a lot of its controls. And in 2010, the 2 states got together with the federal government and created the Lake Tahoe Total Maximum Daily Load, which is our science-based plan to restore the lake's historic clarity. So to restore it to almost 100 feet of clarity is what you should be able to see down in the middle of the lake. Next slide, please. The overall goal there is not something we're revisiting as part of this process. We engaged with all of our partners. Everyone is still firmly behind this overall goal of ensuring the clarity of restoring the clarity of the lake. So we switched immediately to the performance measures that we use to track the progress towards that. And what we found is that we were using 3 performance measures that didn't really capture the suite of actions that our partners were taking and the investments that they were taking. So those were private parcel BMPs, miles of roads decommissioned, and street sweeping. And you'll probably recognize all of this. These are the things that are summarized in the summit at the end of each year, so that we can highlight our achievements. And what we found is basically those highlights of our achievement weren't really capturing everything that we were doing. Next slide, please. So working with our partners, we identified what it was that they were doing that wasn't being captured and where they were investing our money to actually realize these environmental gains. Because harking back to a couple minutes ago, the whole idea of this program is to provide transparency and accountability so that you can pull up the EIP tracker at ltinfo.org and you can see where all the investments are made towards these overall goals. So we're proposing a number of revisions to those standards, to those performance measures that we think better track with what the partners are doing and the latest science around how we are actually going to restore the clarity of the lake. So that's one case where we have a set standard that the partnership is still behind, but we think the way we're tracking it is not quite right. Next slide, please. I'll now move to a second example, which is our nearshore algae standards, because the processes are quite different. So we've got 3 standards related to nearshore algae. So we're supposed to attain the phytoplankton primary productivity values observed in 67 through 71. Paraphyton is attached algae. It's the junk, the slippery stuff on the rocks. Between 67 and 71, and finally to support actions to reduce the extent and distribution of algae in a nearshore. Next slide, please. So one of the immediate problems that we uncovered here is that while our goal is to restore to the level of algae seen in 67 to 71, what you'll see in the underlying text right there is even when we adopted this standard, we didn't actually know what that value was. So we've never actually been able to say, are we there or are we not there? This is one of the things we've highlighted throughout this process, that you actually need a specific and measurable goal. We're no longer just going to have standards like get rid of algae. Next slide, please. But the fact that we didn't have a specific goal never stopped us from monitoring algae at the lake. We've been monitoring the slime on the rocks since about the early 1980s. We did the first comprehensive assessment of that. I say we, it's not actually me, it's the universities, in 2015. And we repeated the same analysis of the long-term trend in 2021. We've presented both those findings to the board, and it was quite shocking. I think actually Jim at the time may have commented, are you saying there's been no change in algae over that entire period? Because everyone that lives here knows that we have more algae right now. But that's what the measurement showed, that there'd been no change over that 40+ year period. Next slide, please. So we did what we do when we are confronted with sort of a line of evidence that we can't quite relate to what we've observed in our lived experience here and what we are hearing from stakeholders within our community. So on the left-hand side, you'll just see, you've probably seen the headlines too. There's algae all over Tahoe. So we asked the Tahoe Science Advisory Council to convene a peer review of what we were doing with our monitoring program and what we should be doing with our monitoring program. And what that peer review really highlighted, next slide, please, is that there was a real difference between what we are monitoring and what people and stakeholders were experiencing within our lake and within our region. So there's actually 2 different algae communities that you might experience while you're waiting in Tahoe's nearshore. There's the slime on the rocks, that's the paraphyton that we've measured for the better part of the last 40 years. And then you might have also noticed there's this filamentous or free-floating algae that you sometimes encounter, which we have not had a long-term monitoring program and really don't know the extent of within our region. And so what this peer review suggested is that what we really needed was a comprehensive algae monitoring program in order to answer these questions. Next slide, please. It also, the other thing that it suggested and what we did on the heels of that peer review is we said, we convened a second meeting of scientists, not just of our local scientists, but of scientists throughout the world who've experienced or seen similar things. And the similar things is otherwise generally clear and healthy lakes that have had this rise of greening near shores. So that they called it blue waters, green bottoms in the scientific paper that came out of this workshop. But part of what that is reaching out not only just to the scientists within our community, but trying to learn from the broader limnologists or scientists that study lakes around the world and put our problems in this global context of what others are seeing around the world. Next slide, please. So where do we stand here right now for this second standard? So I told you the first standard, we're going to bring you back the clarity standard and a revised monitoring framework. For the second one, full honesty, we are not going to have an updated standard ready for you for this year. We had an algae request for proposals. We're evaluating those proposals right now. We are expecting a second round, a reply to our second round of questions early next month, and we hope to contract and then implement a new algae monitoring program this year in Lake Tahoe. And then on the heels of that, in a couple of years, you'll hear me summarize the data from that program and likely recommend a threshold standard consistent with that monitoring program. Next slide, please. So the overall timeline of activity, we are doing a couple of different briefings to the Tahoe Interagency Executive Committee. That's the steering committee that oversees the EIP. In February and April of this year, we're hoping to pull together the final proposal after that April meeting, and then come back to you to work through the final details of that proposal and ultimately adopt changes to the threshold standards contained therein. Next slide, please. So I want to take the last couple of minutes to just remind you that the initiative scope isn't just about these threshold standards. We said we were going to do three different things. We're going to update those threshold standards, monitoring evaluation programs, and also how we report and adaptively manage towards those standards. And we are doing all of those. Next slide, please. So on the threshold reporting side, so every 4 years, we summarize all of the information related to the threshold standards. We throw them up on the threshold dashboard, make a presentation to you. Next slide, please. And the content of that presentation is often very much along these lines. Some threshold standards are in attainment, some are out of attainment, and some we just don't know. But I think that's really just scratching the surface. Next slide, please. Because really what we're trying to do, and this is a comment Member Honigman made, believe at our November meeting. And it was something along the lines of, we're not worried just about what's happened. We want to know the impact of our actions on that. And that's really where we're trying to take this initiative. And it reminded me of this slide that we'd put up during the 2015 threshold evaluation. And this is a slide of how lake clarity is tracking. So the blue line is lake clarity. And the orange line that you'll see there, the dotted line, was at the time the TMDL was starting to be developed, the best scientists in the world thought we were going to continue to lose 1.5 feet of clarity a year, absent additional action. And so you can see this is starting to get at what's the overall impact of both the protections in our regional plan, as well as all the projects implemented by EIP partners. And you start to get an idea of maybe we aren't seeing clarity improvement yet overall, like we're all hoping, but what we are seeing is we're seeing an additional 15 feet of clarity from where we thought we were going to be 20 years ago. And that's really the focus of this whole effort, is we're trying to organize information so that we can actually provide you with better information on how effective those actions have been. Next slide, please. And it's not just actions in terms of the EIP partners. It's really, everything within our code, the permitting conditions that you apply to projects, the compliance actions, when we go out and do site visits, all of that is oriented around promoting threshold standard attainment. And we're trying to ensure that what we've got in our code and what we've got in our permitting conditions are the right things, and they're actually delivering the results that you would expect. Next slide, please. And so finally, end on a brief illustration that once you adopt a new threshold standard, your work isn't done. So many of you probably remember the change we made to the VMT or vehicle miles traveled threshold standard a little over a year ago. And as part of that, we laid out some benchmarks for progress. So these are interim targets where we'd like to see VMT over the next couple of years. And we also established an advisory body to help us manage towards those. And as a fail-safe, we also developed what we call these triggered management responses, which are basically, if we're not hitting our milestones, something is going to happen that's going to modify the system. Next slide, please. And so over the last about a year now, we've been meeting with that advisory body and developing the adaptive management framework that's going to allow us to not pull those management triggers that we never wanted to pull in the first place. And the way that it's going to do that is by organizing information about our goals and then figuring out what's working and what's not working. And the way that we've started to lay that out is we have these sort of primary metrics of success. So things like, are people walking and biking? It's one of the core strategies that we have to get people out of their cars. And as you know, and as you can see online, we measure the volume of people on our bike trails overall. And we can evaluate that. Next slide, please. And the way that we've gone about designing this system with our partners is there's sort of this first level of inquiry where if we're seeing reduced bike and ped traffic, we start to break that information down into 3 different areas. So we look at different geographies within our region and see, is this a localized problem or is this a bigger problem? We also look at seasonality. Is this a summer problem? Is this a winter problem? And finally, we look at user types. Is this bikes, peds, or is it both of them? Next slide, please. And once you've gone through that exercise, you can sort of better fine tune our problem, and then fine tune the problem or success, that can be used in both ways, allows you to better tailor your management response and identify explanatory variables for why you're seeing those trends that you're seeing. Next slide, please. So we've also identified a suite of explanatory variables for each of these. These are things like trail condition, safety of individual trails. Has it been plowed out? Is it even accessible? And for each of those, we can work with individual partners through to try to better understand the trends that we're seeing. And then finally, next slide, please. To develop those informed management responses that'll actually be incorporated into our funding programs and things like our regional transportation plan that ultimately allow you to refine those programs to deliver the overall goals that we've established. Next slide, please. And that's actually my final slide for you all. I appreciate your attention and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate the thorough presentation. And this is an information item only. We have a couple of action items we're coming up to, and we do have early departures of governing board members. I don't want to limit our conversation today as board members, but do want to make sure that the public that's here for specific items as well as the board members are all here for those action items. So with that, are there board questions or comments? I didn't mean to mute you. I just wanted to expedite a little bit.
And Madam, I'll just say that's a lot of information, which I think deserves, some real focused attention. I appreciate it, and, probably follow up with questions later.
Great. John?
I was going to say, Madam Chair, for the new board members, you all remember at your retreat last May, you asked for detailed information on all our 6 strategic initiatives. Dan was lucky enough to be last. So the new board members missed the first 5. But if you need any information on that, let Julie or the rest of us know, and because we're going to be talking about them in our retreat.
Well, I think what's so important is that we're looking at what the causes are, and what our actions are that can affect any change, right? Positive or negative, and making sure we're aware of that. Any other board member comments or questions? Not seeing any online. Ashley or Jess, raise your hand if Okay, then I'll go to the public. If any member of the public would like to address this item, please raise your hand now. Yes, Ellie. And if you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand in Zoom, or you can hit *9 on your phone and you'll be unmuted. Good afternoon, Ellie.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I've sat through many of these threshold meetings in the past, and I'm always reminded about APC Commissioner Larson saying, we're going to have to wait 60 years to make sure that what we're doing is evaluated, reevaluated, looked at it from a different perspective. And I think I will always remember that. I probably won't be here when that happens, but I want to thank you for your presentation. Look forward to reading volumes of data, and thanks again.
Thanks, Ellie. Are there any other members of the public here in the room that would like to address this item? Then I'll look on Zoom. Catherine?
Thanks, Madam Chair. We have a few hands raised. Mitch L., if you unmute, you can address the board.
I'm waiting for the Crystal Bay project. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Any others with their hands raised for this item?
Doug Flaherty, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Just a couple of observances. We always come off with certain perceptions when something like this is presented. I guess what I heard is there's 150 thresholds that were not measured. That is an abject failure of a group that's been around for 50 years. So I think an average person would say, what the heck have you been doing since then? So really not too happy to hear about that. And the other thing is, I guess, why would this body advocate additional height, density, and coverage increases, knowing that 150 thresholds have not been measured? And how could he even think about going forward with that until this new program is in place and you've got some measurements? Once again, it goes back to the inability of the TRPA to keep the basin in equilibrium because you have not compiled a cumulative impact analysis since the 2012 TRPA regional plan changes. So I applaud all the hard work that's going to go into this. This should have happened 20 years ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Yes, Dan?
Sorry, Cindy, I just wanted to clarify for the record, this is Dan Segan. I did not, if I did say that we are not measuring the status of 150 of our standards, I misspoke. There are 150 standards overall. In the last threshold evaluation, we were able to make status and determination findings for over 130 of those. So the vast majority of those we actually do have data for, and I apologize if I misspoke earlier.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised online to comment on this item.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment. And are there any further comments or questions from the board? Not seeing any, then we'll move on. This, as I mentioned, was for information only. Thank you. And so now we've completed those 6, John, so we're on to the retreat. Okay, item 8B, amendments to Douglas County's South Shore Area Plan to allow religious assemblies as a permitted use in the Tahoe mixed use zone. This is item 8B on our agenda. It's found on page 315 of our board packet. And again, raise your hand here when it comes time, or on Zoom if you would like to address the board. So Jacob is here and he's going to lead this off. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon, governing board members. My name is Jacob Stock. I'm a senior long-range planner with TRPA. I'm here to introduce a presentation by Douglas County staff on a proposed amendment to the South Shore Area Plan. For those of you who are on RPIC, it's not deja vu. You did hear the same presentation 2 hours ago, and we're going to do it again now for the full governing board. For those of you who are not on RPIC, I'll give you a little bit of context for this plan. The South Shore Area Plan covers the portion of Douglas County from the Lake Shore to Lower Kingsbury and from the California state line to Burke Creek, which is about where the UPS store is, if you're familiar with that. Included in this area plan is the Kingsbury Town Center. This area plan amendment proposes changing religious assemblies from a special use to an allowed use in the Tahoe mixed use zone along Lower Kingsbury in that town center. And so this amendment would eliminate the requirement for a hearings officer review of religious assembly uses. This is an action item, so following any comment, I'll ask for your consideration of an ordinance to approve this amendment. Staff have reviewed the findings in the initial environmental checklist. We found no significant environmental effect, and we found the amendment to be in conformance with the regional plan. And additionally, it's important to note that this amendment will bring the South Shore Area Plan into conformance with federal land use law. A text amendment applying this change to the Douglas County Code was already adopted on September 1st of last year. Still requires governing board approval for the amendment to go into effect. And both APC and RPIC unanimously recommended approval of this proposed amendment. And so with that introduction, I will hand it off to Kate Morales O'Neill, and she is the principal planner with Douglas County, and she'll give you a little more context.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Again, it is me. I'm going to do this presentation one more time. So thank you all again for your time today. I do have present with me Cynthia Gregory, the Douglas County Deputy DA, assisting also with this presentation. Next slide, please. So as Jeremy mentioned, or I'm sorry, Jacob mentioned, our goal here today is to provide you with some background information and staff recommendation to assess and recommend an approval for a zoning modification in the TMU, the Tahoe mixed use zoning. Currently, religious assemblies require a special use permit, and we believe that it is imperative that we eliminate this need for a special use permit. Next slide, please. In November of 2021, a synagogue located in the Tahoe mixed use zoning was required to get a special use permit in order to hold their religious assemblies. And while our staff was processing the application, it became very apparent that there were striking similarities between the definition of religious assembly and membership organizations. I won't read these to you, but will point out they both promote the interests of its respective group, and both are consistent with the zone's use. Next slide, please. Staff also discovered while processing the application that based on the definitions noted here, religious assemblies use is entirely consistent with the Tahoe mixed use zoning district, which specifically allows public service use. Next slide, please. So you can see here, this is what currently is stated in code regarding use and religious assemblies. You can see are required to obtain a special use permit, and then you'll see membership organizations are permitted as an allowed use. Next slide. In conclusion, and most importantly, improving this amendment would eliminate any perception of discrimination based on the federal law known as RLUPA, Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. Staff believes it is imperative we stay consistent with area plan regulations and federal law. So thank you again for your time. And if you have any questions, Cynthia and I will do our best to answer.
Kate, thank you. Appreciate that and sticking with us for a long day today. So appreciate that. I'll then look to board members. Are there any questions on this item?
Madam Chair, just
Yes.
for the record, RPIC reviewed this item earlier today and the committee recommended approval.
Thank you, Shelley. Any other comments? Yes. Belinda.
A question, are we gonna have to make a similar change to other area plans? Is there already an analysis happening on that?
Great question.
I think, Jacob, do you have a hand to that? I think the uniqueness here is it was brought in as a result of what Douglas County was doing and how they were looking at their special use findings, plus having to go to a hearing on different matters. But you raised a good point, and I think we need to do a little checking.
Yeah, take a look at the other areas, other jurisdictions. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, not seeing any online, so we'll go to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? Good afternoon, Ellie. And for those of you on Zoom, please raise your hand on Zoom too.
Ellie Waller, Douglas County, Carson Valley resident. I sat through all the hearings on this, just about every one of them. It's come down to, it is the right thing to do. I just, as a personal opinion, sitting through these, it became a parking issue. It had nothing to do with religious assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members? Oh, yes. Mr. Feldman, in person. When the
Thank
mic
you.
doesn't work, you just need to show up.
I've learned my lesson. Madam Chair, governing board members, Lou Feldman on behalf of the Jewish Community Center, Chabad at Lake Tahoe, and just, I'll be brief, but just down the block, KGID leases space in the building owned by the synagogue. And KGID has a meeting room that accommodates up to 100 persons. And it was stunning to learn that a small, by the way, the first Jewish congregation in Douglas County was required to obtain a special use permit for public assembly of 25 people in the same building that a institution, a governmental institution, can hold public assembly without the need for a special use permit. And so the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act of 2000 addressed this some time ago, and it is just unlawful under federal law and civil rights to discriminate, to have a higher bar for religious assembly than non-religious assembly. So I would like to thank Douglas County staff and TRPA staff for bringing this forward to correct what is clearly discriminatory zoning and making it consistent with federal law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Not seeing any in the room. Catherine, any online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online to comment on this item.
Okay, then we're going to close the public comment. And if there's no other comments or questions from the board, I'd entertain a motion. It will require 4 board members from each state on this item.
Motion to do pass?
Yes.
I'm giving that motion.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. And do you want us to read that into the record then, John?
Yes, we need to have the motion ready either by you or the maker of the motion.
Okay, well, that's okay. I can read it. You want me to do that? A motion to approve the required findings described in attachment D, including a finding of no significant effect for adoption of the area plan amendment as described in the staff summary. We have that motion and we'll pass it over to Maria for a roll call vote.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes. And
Madam
then we
Chair.
have a second motion. Thank you, Maria. A second motion, a motion to adopt ordinance 2023 blank amending ordinance 2013-05 to amend the Douglas County South Shore area plan as shown in attachment C. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Mr. Settlemyre,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to item 8C on our agenda. This is the permit for the Lily Lake Multi-Use Trail TRPA file number EIPC 2021-0011 Environmental Improvement Program Project number 03.02.02.0082. Information on this item can be found on page 453 of your board packet. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in Zoom webinar to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So I'm going to pass it to our Executive Director, Julie Reagan, to lead this item off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the board's attention at the earlier committee meeting and Chair Faustinos, especially for having a very thorough discussion of this item. Many of you actually observed that, so we're going to try to consolidate as best we can, given time constraints of members that need to move on. But there have been some developments really based on the extensive public outreach that we got around this item at the committee level that Shannon Friedman will be sharing with you, and Shannon will do her best to move through that presentation as swiftly as possible. I will say what I didn't mention this morning in my introduction was really the very special place that Fallen Leaf plays in our region. We've actually had board retreats at the Stanford camp at Fallen Leaf Lake and hope that we will be able to do that again. I, for one, went down in a submarine about 150 feet into Fallen Leaf Lake, one of the few people that had a chance to do that and see the historic trees that Dr. Kleppe has studied. And so we do recognize the very sensitive nature of this, and we think that we have a good solution for you to present, and I will turn it over to Shannon, and then our colleagues at the Forest Service are also here to answer questions.
Thank you, Julie. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other governing board members, as well as members of the public who have taken time to be here today. My name is Shannon Friedman, Senior Planner in the Environmental Improvement Division here at TRPA. And today, TRPA is recommending that the governing board approve a permit for the Lily Lake Trail. As Julie said, we did take this agenda item to the Environmental Improvement, Transportation, and Public Outreach Committee this morning. And as a result of public input and that discussion, we did make some revisions to the draft permit that was included in your packet. And for the record, I would like to just state what those permit conditions are. I have passed out hard copies of that permit and highlighted what the permit changes or permit additions, I should say, were. So the additions to the permit include special condition number 4. The Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit shall continue to monitor trail use on the Lily Lake Trail and add usage monitoring to the Church and Clark trails. Monitoring shall continue for 2 years. The monitoring will inform future actions that may be appropriate on these network of trails, including but not limited to upgrading the unauthorized trails and improved signage within the region. Special condition number 5 states that TRPA and the LTBMU staff shall do a joint site inspection in the spring of 2023 to identify any erosion or other environmental issues within the trail and develop the appropriate correction measures. LTBMU shall implement any improvements identified to the trail in 2023, and members of the public will be invited to that field meeting. And special condition number 6, the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit shall maintain the trail throughout the lifespan of the project. So we felt that it was in those conditions were important additions to the permit and will help strengthen the project and ensure that through its lifespan, it continues to meet the Forest Service trail design standards. The Lily Lake Trail was constructed in 2019 and completed in 2021. And it did not receive a TRPA permit at that time. And it was identified that it should have. And through the subsequent slides, we will identify the actions that we are taking with the Forest Service to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
The Lily Lake Trail is an environmental improvement program project that improves recreation by building and enhancing the trail network in the Tahoe Basin and improves recreation access for all users. It also implements the recreation, air quality, and transportation thresholds, primarily by providing a network of trails that are accessible to all users with less reliance on the automobile. Next slide, please. Between 2011 and 2013, the Forest Service prepared the Fallen Leaf Lake Trails Access and Travel Management Plan, EA. The EA was the first time the Forest Service took a strategic approach to trail planning and environmental improvements in the Fallen Leaf Lake area. The map on the right shows the geographic area that EA covered, with the area that is outlined in black. It is along the south shore of Lake Tahoe and includes Fallen Leaf Lake as a predominant feature within that area. And the Lily Lake Trail is along the south shore of the southern area of Fallen Leaf Lake. This planning area is located in El Dorado County, California, and South Lake Tahoe and the community of Myers. The trail does not go into Desolation Wilderness, and it is only approved for non-motorized recreation. So e-bikes and dirt bikes are not allowed on this trail. The EA designated the trail as a hiker pedestrian trail, but it does not prohibit other uses on the trail, such as biking or equestrian pack and saddle. Trail designations provide the design standards by which the trail should be built by, but does not prohibit other uses on the trail unless that is explicitly stated. The Forest Service circulated public scoping document for the EA in 2011 and received public comments to help shape the proposed action and alternatives to that proposed action. The draft EA was released in 2012, and they received public comments on the proposed action in that as well. In addition, there were various public meetings throughout that process. In 2013, the Forest Supervisor issued a finding of no significant effect based on the analysis done in the EA and issued a decision notice to implement alternative 4 in that EA, which constructed the Lily Lake Trail. Next slide, please. The EA looked at a suite of actions to meet the purpose and need that was identified, which was to provide a planned system of a shared use, interconnected, environmentally sustainable trails to serve the entire spectrum of non-motorized recreation users. As part of the analysis, the foresters looked at the existing network of trails within that area, and that included 23.7 miles of authorized trails and 21.5 miles of unauthorized trails. And the unauthorized trails are typically those that are user created, are not sustainably built, and do not meet Forest Service trail guidelines and don't have any signage incorporated to help orient people. And those are all the elements that an authorized trail would have incorporated into it. The proposed action looked at those trails and then made recommendations, including adopting and or upgrading 9.3 miles of trails, decommissioning 12.4 miles of trails, reconstruction of 5.7 miles of trails, and then new construction of 12.1 miles of trails. The Lily Lake Trail was considered new construction. And I will point out that almost all of the trail improvements within that decision notice have been implemented to date, with the exception of 1.5 miles of trails that have yet to be decommissioned. In addition to these trail projects, the plan also includes other improvements such as new parking, improvements to existing trailheads, such as best management practices to control stormwater runoff, and new and improved wayfinding signage to help the users navigate the connected trail system. Next slide. This shows the approximate route of the Lily Lake Trail. Again, we're on the southern end of Fallen Leaf Lake here. And this trail was an important missing link in the trail network in the region. It connects to 2 existing trailheads on the lower section of the trail. I want to say southern, but that's not geographically southern, is the existing Glen Alpine trailhead that is accessed from Fallen Leaf Lake Road and Glen Alpine Road, and provides access to a variety of hiking trails, including Desolation Wilderness. And then on the upper end, the trail accesses the Angora Lakes trailhead, which has a parking lot, and both of these parking lots and trailheads have support facilities such as restrooms and paved parking areas. This trail also accesses other trail networks within the region, as well as a variety of roadways. So it allows users to access this area through those trail networks, so they don't have to get in their car to get to this area, or they can park once and access these variety of recreational resources by hiking or biking, and supporting the Park Once initiative that is an important to the goals of the environmental improvement program. Next slide. And we're gonna skip this slide in the interest of time. So the project was constructed between 2019 and completed construction in 2021. In May of 2021, TRPA staff and Forest Service staff did a site visit to inspect the trail. We were able to walk a significant alignment of the trail when it was actively under construction. TRPA staff found that the trail was in compliant with the EA as well as TRPA regulations for construction of these types of trails. And we also found that the alignment was appropriate. What we did realize at that time was that the trail construction should have received a permit from TRPA. This was an oversight amongst the agencies. It was thought that the construction of this trail fell under the existing memorandum of understanding that TRPA has with the Forest Service. And once we looked at that closer, we realized it wasn't the case because the trail exceeded 1,000 linear feet in low land capability district. So since then, we have been working closely with the Forest Service to figure out the best way to remedy that situation, which is why we're here asking for a retroactive permit, as well as how we can improve the process moving forward so that doesn't happen again. We have also had multiple meetings and communication with stakeholders, including the Fallen Leaf Lake Basin Protection Coalition, where we were able to answer their questions and hear their concerns about this trail, as well as, and also engage with them on how they can be a part of planning processes in the future and just be involved in what happens in the Fallen Leaf Lake Basin and adjacent areas. The trail was built by the Tahoe Area Mountain Biking Association in coordination with the Forest Service. Next slide, please. So we'll hear a little bit about TAMBA in this presentation. And TAMBA is a volunteer-driven nonprofit organization. They are dedicated to the stewardship of sustainable multi-use trails and preserving access for mountain bikers through advocacy, education, and responsible trail use. The Forest Service relies on these partnerships with organizations such as TAMBA to help build their capacity to not only build trails, but also maintain existing trails and provide education and outreach to encourage trail stewardship. Next slide. These are some images of the Lily Lake Trail. The picture on the left is a segment of the trail that is a little more technical, and it is pretty close to the Glen Alpine trailhead. And then the picture on the right is a less technical section, more in like the middle of the trail. Next slide, please. When we were analyzing the Lily Lake Trail, we looked at other trails that have been developed and planned within the Lake Tahoe Basin to see how it compared to those and make sure it was consistent. And we found that it was. And these are just a few projects that I wanted to highlight. On the left is the Van Sickle Trail, which is a multi-use trail that allows hikers and bikers. And it also traverses some steep technical terrain and is actually right here in State Line, Nevada, in the Casino Core. On the right is a map of the Tunnel Creek Alternative Trail, which the TRPA Governing Board approved in November of 2011. And this is a similar trail that traverses sensitive habitat, including steep land and some stream environment zone, but we were able to approve that with resource protection measures in place and sustainable trail building practices. Next slide, please. TAMBA installs trail monitors on a variety of trails throughout the region in order to collect data on trail use. This data helps inform where they should focus their efforts on trail maintenance, trailhead improvements, and education and outreach. They use monitors called Traffics, which is the industry standard for collecting this type of data. It is used all over the world, and TRPA and its partners use the Traffics monitors on both unpaved trails in the general forest and the paved trails that are in the urban environment. So the information is pretty accurate that they gather here. This graph is showing the Lily Lake Trail in addition to two other popular trails close by, the Corral Trail and the Christmas Valley Trail. And the Lily Lake Trail, the maximum use that it saw for mountain bikers was 26 miles and the average was about 20 miles, which right now is significantly less than some other trails in the region. And I do want to point out that
That was persons, right?
persons, what did I say? Yes.
Miles.
Sorry, persons. My apology. Thanks for the correction. It's important to point out that this data is collecting data on bikers only. The Traffics devices were programmed to only pick up on metal. So it's only catching those mountain bikers. It would only catch a hiker if they were carrying metal like a shovel or something. Next trail, please, or next slide, please. And you can skip to the next one. This is just one of the iconic views that you see when you are accessing the Lily Lake Trail. This is Forest Service and TAMBA staff out in the field planning the trail so they could pick the most appropriate alignment that protects the environment while providing a high quality recreation experience. Next slide, please. So as I had mentioned earlier, the project required a permit because it did not fall under the existing MOU that TRP has with the Forest Service. That last time this section of the MOU was updated was in 1999. So it is prime time to take a look at the language that is contained with that MOU and provide an update to it. Right now, TRPA is working with Forest Service staff to update the recreation section of the MOU. So it is really clear when a project requires a permit from TRPA and when it falls under the MOU, and it actually expands upon that language to improve upon the coordination that we have and the communication around trail and recreation projects. Another important initiative that is currently occurring that will help with trail planning and trail coordination is the Tahoe Regional Trail Strategy. A coalition of Tahoe and Truckee partners are currently developing the regional trail strategy to provide a connected and accessible trail network that spans land managed by numerous agencies and will link Tahoe's backcountry, front country, and urban trail system. This trail strategy will provide a guiding vision for a regional trail network that will be used by land managers, public agencies, and nonprofits to plan, build, fund, manage, and maintain trails in the Tahoe Basin. It will also provide a mapped inventory of regional trails and trailheads and provide a connectivity analysis to show where there are gaps in the trail network. And that will help all partners to plan the priority trails over the next 5 to 10 years. And it is important that these partners come together and prioritize the trails that will be implemented. So we achieve that mission of improving trail access and building trails that make that connection in the trail network so people can access the variety of trails that we have. These priority EIP projects will be included in the EIP tracker, which is a great resource for land managers, public agencies, as well as the public, because it is one place where we can house information about planning, implementation, funding, update it as needed, and it is available to the public. So this process can be as transparent as possible. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and open it up to members of the governing board for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate the abbreviated presentation, but I'm sure we can pull up things to talk about. Did the Forest Service want to speak to this at all before we go to governing board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add a couple of things. During the earlier presentation, our forest supervisor is here and he did some follow-up to Shannon. And frankly, for those of you that were here earlier, I can't remember what he said because I was distracted by the situation at the time. But what I did do is I captured a couple of comments, and I want to share those that I heard from some of the public input and board members. Signage on and use on the Church Trail and Clark Trail were being discussed earlier today. Monitoring for bike and hiking use on those two trails, as well as other trails in the region. Monitoring for erosion on that trail, which was an interesting point, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to spend some time with some of the members that spoke to that out there in the field, looking at those issues, as well as some of the concerns about the Forest Service not having a multi-use trail designation. And the first I heard of that was when I was working with some Washington office folks, that we actually don't have that as an agency, and they're trying to rectify that for the entire agency. We just have hiking or biking or equestrian or a specific motorized use. It's a bit archaic, and the agency knows it and is looking to address it. I also heard a comment about the trail width approaching up to 3 feet or more in locations, and we have a designated 12 to 18 inch width, I believe, on that trail. And that's something we'll be taking a look at as well to see if there's opportunities to make some corrections to that, because that does help with speed control on the trail. And as well as a concern about whether or not the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit is charged with protecting the water quality of the various lakes in the region. And I just thought, that's why I came here. And I came here really specifically for water quality and implementing our projects. So sort of near and dear to me that we do take that to heart to protect the water quality. And I've been doing many projects over the last 15 years to put in BMPs and do work on that. And so when I hear concerns about that, I actually do want to understand those and take those to heart and figure out what we can do better moving forward. That said, during the break in between this morning's meeting and now, I had an opportunity to speak with Shannon and with Julie to see what we could do additionally ourselves, the agency and our partners, to take into consideration some of those comments. And Shannon mentioned some of those that are going to be actually in the permit so that we can make sure that there's follow-up on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. But before I do that, I just wanted to get a report from Belinda because I know she needs to leave, and she chaired our Environmental Improvement, Transportation and Public Outreach Committee meeting this morning.
Thank you, Chair. I really just want to say for the record that it was just amazing, the public participation that we had. And I really want to extend my appreciation to staff and to the Forest Service for listening well. And I think making some significant amendments to the permit, which, will have an effect of, I think, giving some comfort and assurances to the public that these matters will be appropriately addressed. So we, again, heard probably about an hour's worth of testimony, if not a little bit more. So that was very good. I mean, some people in support, but obviously outflanked significantly by the people that had concerns. But our committee as a whole approved moving this to the board unanimously. So just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. And I know you need to leave, but wanted to make sure we got that on the record. Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too appreciate the effort to address some of the concerns that have been expressed earlier today, and I just want to kind of reiterate a couple of points. One, I'm not pointing a finger at anyone in particular. It's unfortunate this slipped through the cracks. I think people were a little bit disenchanted because if you look at the responses to public comments, the intention, even though I understand that all non-wilderness trails are authorized to permit use by bicyclists. There was an intimation, at least in the response to the public comments, that this trail wasn't suitable for anything but hikers and pedestrians. And so I think that's why some people were a little disillusioned and surprised by the fact that it was being improved, at least in part, to accommodate bicycles. In addition to that, again, there is the concern about there being two standards, one for the agency partners and another for the general public. But having said that, I appreciate the change or the additions to the special conditions, but I would like to incorporate a few suggested changes, if I might. Under item 4, under special conditions, where it says the monitoring will inform future actions that may be appropriate on the network of trails, including but not limited to upgrading, I would like to insert or eliminating unauthorized trails. I don't think in every case we're going to want to upgrade and improve trails that have been created without authorization, or the Forest Service wouldn't want to do that. And then adding restricting usage on certain authorized trails, and then improved signage. And the reason I've added the additional restriction at the discretion of the U.S. Forest Service of usage on certain authorized trails is because on page 8 of the EA, the responses to public comment, it says, quote, as described in the EA, and it references an appendix and chapter reference, certain trails in the project area would restrict specific uses to protect resources and user experiences. Restriction would be accomplished with informal signage and monitored over time for effectiveness and user compliance. And that's certainly consistent with what we're discussing here today. If monitoring indicates ineffectiveness or non-compliance, then additional measures such as establishment of a forest order could be used to create trail closures for specific uses and thereby make the closures enforceable. So I don't want to foreclose the opportunity to do that if it's necessary, because we really don't know at this point what the future holds. And then paragraph 6, where it says the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit span of the trail, I'd like to add to protect the environment and the safety of users. So those are my proposed amendments, if they're agreeable to the board.
Shelley,
Yes.
I wonder if I got the or eliminating language, and then you have.
Sure. So it would read, the monitoring will inform future actions and may be appropriate on the network of trails, including but not limited to upgrading or eliminating unauthorized trails, comma, restricting use on authorized trails, comma, and improve signage.
Thank you.
So again,
And then the final change, can you read that one more
Sure.
time?
The LTBMU shall maintain the trail throughout the lifespan of the trail to protect the environment and the safety of users. Which may go without saying, but I think it bears repeating.
Thank you, Shelley.
Sure.
John, did you have a question on that, or does Forest Service or staff have a response?
Those all seem fine to the Forest Service.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think though that additional language is appropriate, and hearing from the Forest Service that they agree, I have taken note of that and will adjust the permit accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take public comment in a minute though, too, just make sure. Any other board member? Yes, Haley.
I just had a quick question, a term of art question for eliminating. Do we need to use decommissioning because it's in the EA? Does it matter?
I actually had decommissioned with parentheses.
Just a representative of the Forest Service, is there a difference in your terminology between decommissioning and eliminating?
There's even differences in decommissioning alone. So I would say eliminating and or decommissioning, or something like remove it from the face of the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit.
Well, I'm assuming that in order for something to be decommissioned, it had to have been commissioned. And so that's why I use the term eliminating, because these are unauthorized trails, so they were not commissioned. So, but whatever is agreeable, that's.
I would prefer to stay with eliminating, if that's okay. I think has a common understanding.
Fine with me. Just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Not multiple definitions. Okay. Any other? Yes,
just-
Brooke? Oh, I'm sorry.
oh.
John, I think you were, okay.
I just have two questions. One of Miss Aldine with the language that you just put forward. What did you have in mind, or can you explain what you mean by the language restricting use on authorized trails?
Well, I just read a segment out of the EA where the Forest Service reserves the right through monitoring if the it says if monitoring indicated ineffectiveness or non-compliance with the rules that are established for the use of that trail, I'm paraphrasing, then additional measures such as establishment of a forest order could be used to create trail closures for specific uses and thereby make the closures enforceable.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Also, a question maybe that the public has in mind, and that is when this first came out, there was a lot of concern specifically by the residents that reside in that area, either part-time or full-time, that well, the Forest Service had to have done this on purpose. Like, how do they get away with not having a permit? You mentioned that the 1999 MOU language is going to be worked at jointly to ensure that this doesn't happen again. But the language that's currently in there, and you just paraphrased it, so I'm just going off what you said. You talked about if the trail exceeds 1,000 linear feet and or is low capable land.
Well, if it exceeds 1,000 linear feet in low capability.
In low
land.
capable
If the
land.
entire
Thank you.
trail was in highland capability, it would be exempt.
So what part of that would you make clearer?
Great question, and maybe that wasn't the right way to phrase it. I think when you read the MOU, it is clear, but we weren't referencing that section of the MOU maybe during planning of this trail. The type of language that we're replacing that with in the MOU includes the trail being part, like that it has the appropriate NEPA. And the important thing that it includes is that we hold quarterly meetings with the Forest Service and go over a list of all their projects, including recreation projects, and determine how the project should be implemented and if it needs a permit and if it doesn't. And we've already been having those quarterly meetings to go over all types of projects. And I know I speak with Mike Kabor much more frequently even than that on the variety of projects we work on. So it's better language that more properly reflects the collaborative relationship we have with the Forest Service. And it really will be improved language, and it will result in projects that are planned and implemented better than just a restriction based on linear feet. And I will point out also that in the MOU, reroutes of trails are completely exempt and trails on higher land capability are completely exempt, which is why a lot of trail projects within the region do fall under the MOU. And this one just kind of was slid through the cracks because of those reasons.
Board members, any other comments or questions? Those of you online, I cannot see you right now unless you raise your hand or come on the screen. Are there any comments or questions?
This is Ashley. I just wanted to say, you know, we had a really good discussion this morning, and I really appreciate just the work of the staff and the Forest Service to adopt all the comments and really improve this outcome. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, not seeing others, then I'm going to open this up to the public. We did hear quite a bit of testimony this morning. I wanted to get a raise of hands of those of you in the room who wanted to address this item. Okay, then go ahead and come up and please take your 3 minutes each. We appreciate you waiting it out for a long day here.
I want to thank you very much for the discussion going on, because I feel that we're really making headway between the environment and the recreation and the pressure you folks have on trying to control people moving in and somehow maintain an environment. It's very difficult to do. You didn't want Tahoe to be one of the worst places to visit. That's not good for business either. So my name is John Kleppe. I'm a 42-year resident of Fallen Leaf, and I spoke today, so I'll try to move along quicker. And with me will be Ruth Rich, who is the president of the Fallen Leaf Lake Protection. So we've made a slide presentation to help move me along here. The Fallen Leaf Lake Basin, and we go to the first slide. let's go to the next one then. So you understand the basin. Fallen Leaf is a microcosm of Tahoe. It's smaller, but it has a lake, it has sediment issues, it has pressure from recreation. We're the biggest entry to the Desolation Valley. We have summer, winter, boating. And so the basin is the red line. So water that goes in there like a funnel ends up in the lake. Sediment from Fallen Leaf isn't considered to affect Tahoe, but it does. Taylor Creek becomes the 5th worst contributor to the sediment loading, and that's a scientific journal. And also, in part of the research I do, we took a core of the sediment all the way down to the last ice age that created Fallen Leaf Cascade and Emerald Bay, and 1 foot in 115,000 years ago. So if you want sediment records, that's great to do, but it showed a real acceleration. And the paper's been published in 2018 that maybe Fallen Leaf has reached a threshold of what we do on the steep slopes going into it. Next slide. So you can see that goes up the steep slope. And I appreciate the concern on controlling erosion, but we have to do it there too. And that's why our real concerns, quick slide, and we'll go through them because I did this. This kind of construction is not the way to do it on any slope, especially one going into Fallen Leaf Lake or Lake Tahoe. Next. Yeah, next. We'll just want to show you this. These were taken from the TAMBA website, and we appreciate them keeping a record of during construction. Next. And I'll go through the last one because I don't want to keep speaking. I'm a professor by trade and I never stop. Okay, next slide, and I'll turn it over to Ruth there.
The list we have here, you know, some of what came back after the committee meeting this morning addresses bits and pieces. We still feel pretty strongly that an EA, a genuine EA is important. One of the strongest reasons for that, of course, is the lands that were lumped into the EA that was done for the trail network on the Angora side, or the Tahoe Valley side of Angora Ridge, also included one trail on the Fallen Leaf side. At least my understanding of it is just one trail. If you average out what the data is going to show, it's going to be very heavily weighted towards a non-watershed trajectory of erosion into marshes or wetlands, where the trail that's in Fallen Leaf is going directly, any erosion is going directly into the lake. That's kind of significant. And the suggestion to do a joint site inspection in the spring of this year is not a bad one at all. I don't know that that's going to give us enough information. And so Ms. Aldean's suggestion, you know, that some permission is included in these new additions. Say you can not decommission, whatever it is, restrict use, et cetera. I really think if this is going to move forward today, that might need to be part of this very strong language about, hey, we're going to figure it out. And if it becomes an issue, what are the measurement standards? What is the threshold? And what are we going to do about that? So I don't know if more needs to be added into this, but I do think if this is going to move forward today, that's a really strong and important argument. With number 4, the addition of number 4, monitoring trail use on Lily Lake and adding monitoring on the Church Trail and the Clark trails. If you've ever been out there and hiked those trails, on the slide that shows the Lily Lake Trail, those trails are also on that horseshoe end, the south end of Fallen Leaf, and the Clark Trail, which takes off behind my cabin, is in terrible shape if you are not a sure-footed, capable, nimble person. And to have bikes going up that or down that, which was part of the reason for the suggestion to decommission it years ago, it would be bad. And so I would like to see, I think the community would like to see language around those are not mountain bike okay trails, but both the Church Trail and the Clark Trail. And I think that's important for the environment. It's not because it's coming through private property, mine, my neighbors, the Lodge Association. And the same is true with the Church Trail, which at the Fallen Leaf end originates on private property. But it's because those trails are either hiked or on very, very sensitive and unstable slopes. The the Clark Trail particularly unstable. So adding something to protect those two trails, I think would be, I'm just taking this a little bit further, that they must be labeled as non-mountain biking trails for the safety piece alone. And then, this doesn't necessarily address the looping situation, and we're fully prepared to, worry about that until it becomes the next topic, but we are grateful that we will be part of the conversation. The pressure on the road, the safety, all the things are still there. And again, that takes me back to a real EA probably is the better way to go. But if you're going to move forward in this construct, a little more teeth in it. And then
We really appreciate your comments, but your 5 minutes are up.
Okay.
So
Thank
if you
you.
could, well, wrap up. I mean, I can.
Thank you. The Achilles heel, I think you brought this up too, is mixed use trails. That definitely needs to be figured out, because where can people hike in Tahoe anymore? Because mountain biking is awesome, right? And it is the thing. And we're working towards this connectivity, though this trail only connects for a very specific group of people to a very specific end. It's not a multi-user trail, biking level wise, but figuring out where the hikers are supposed to hike is important in this changing map.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
comments and the presentation. Next. I think there were other hands up to address the board. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morgan Steele. I'm the executive director with the Tahoe Rim Trail Association. Our organization since 1981 has worked in the Tahoe Basin to build a world-class trail system. We have over 500,000 users, and we're always trying to find the balance between our users and really protecting the landscape. And I spoke earlier, but I really think there's a lot of challenges for our trail system right now. We have a lack of infrastructure. We have major issues with transit. The Tahoe Rim Trail has 9 major trailheads and only 2 have public transit to them. We have tree mortality issues, climate change impacts, fire closures, parking issues. And on top of all that, we have a huge increase in the number of users of our trail systems here. We have a growing population center in Northern Nevada and California within driving distance of our trails. We have a huge increase in interest in trails. So there's a lot there. And I think one of the reasons why we're so supportive of the Lily Lake Trail and this project and would really hope that you would approve this retroactive permit is because the Lily Lake Trail really exemplifies all of the great things that our trail system has going for it. In addition to just these iconic views, incredible places, we do have these passionate trail advocates in our network here. And our partners at the Forest Service and TAMBA have really committed to building world-class trails. If you've been out on that trail and seen the construction, it really is really high quality and something that you can really be proud of in this area. And in addition, our organization, those organizations have committed to sustaining these trail systems. Not only do we build them, but we go out and put in thousands of hours every year into maintaining them. Also, the Lily Lake Trail is a multi-use trail, just like the Tahoe Rim Trail. Our designed use for the Tahoe Rim Trail is for hikers for most of it, but it is also managed in our trail management objectives for hikers, bikers, and equestrians. So when we design and build trails, we keep all of those users in mind, which is also reflected in the Lily Lake Trail. Also, the trail provides loop options, which is really huge for us. Again, Tahoe Rim Trail, several of our sections are only accessible if you drive 2 cars instead of a shuttle. This trail provides you an option to not have to do that. It connects to well-established trailheads on both ends. There's already a parking lot there with bathrooms, huge pluses. Those are big things for the Rim Trail. We're working on trying to get bathrooms in a lot of different locations. That's a big impact. And with this, we also are avoiding having folks park in neighborhood streets on side streets. Lastly, we're spreading users out, which is a huge benefit. Like I said, we have over 500,000 users on the Tahoe Rim Trail. We need to find more options for folks. Unfortunately, we're not going to reduce the number of people coming to Tahoe. So thank you for your time. And I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to speed you along, but our clock had stopped. So anyway, your 3 minutes were up. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Ellie Waller, just administrative cleanup. The U.S. Forest Service rep didn't say his name. Thank you.
For the record, I'm Mike Gabor.
Thank you, Mike.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Parcell, and I'm a resident here of South Lake Tahoe, and I'm representing the South Lake Tahoe Trail Running Club, which is a club I started in 2013 to try and bring runners together in the South Lake Tahoe region. We meet weekly all summer long over in the Tahoe Mountain area. And when we first started, our options were very limited as far as where we could go. Now we have so many options, and it's a huge reason why we live here, why people recreate here, is the ability to leave your backyard, not get in a car, and go and recreate on multi-use trails. I live right on the south side of Angora Ridge, and I used to drive over to Glen Alpine Falls Trailhead where Lily Lake terminates and go into Desolation Wilderness from there because there was no other option for me to get there. Now that the Lily Lake Trail exists, I'm able to leave my backyard, hop right over the hill, go on no roads, and enter Desolation Wilderness. I also mountain bike, but when I'm running, sometimes I don't want to come across bikers. In that case, I live right by Desolation. There are hundreds of miles of trails I can access and not have to worry about seeing any bikers. The unique thing with Lily Lake is that it's outside the wilderness. It can provide this really neat experience that you can't get on any other trails for mountain bikers in the Tahoe Basin. And so it's a really unique piece of infrastructure that I hope that you all support and understand why this retroactive permit is so important. Finally, living in this area, we've all seen the increase in traffic and people coming in. And the answer is not to try and restrict one use or another on a single trail, is to have a holistic vision for how we can reduce parking and congestion issues at these trailheads. Looking at things like microtransit, having permit systems at trailheads, those are going to be the solutions that impact everyone on a much broader scale. We don't want to be sending any more people than we have to back into this sensitive watershed. I wouldn't want to live back there and see lines of cars there. It's concerns if there's a wildfire or anything like that. And so definitely understand the concerns, but I think there are solutions that do not involve restricting non-motorized access to one user group or another. And finally, like, there are always going to be user conflicts, but it can't be putting one group against another. It's not a technology issue, it's a people issue. And we need to work on the culture of trail etiquette in the basin and not alienate one another. Thank you for your time. That's all I got.
Thank you. Other speakers here in the room? Is there anyone else here in the room? I'd ask you to go ahead and line up if there are. I'm not seeing any. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. Thank you for letting us speak today. My name is Andrew Bray, Executive Director with TAMBA and also head coach of a local youth mountain bike team. I'm on the advisory board with the league that team works with, which brings in about 500-600 kids in the Tahoe and adjacent communities and about 200 to 300 coaches. I just wanted to share that the Lily Lake Trail is an amazing piece of work that took a lot of years with design, public input, construction to get to the point that we are now. Unfortunately, the permit was overlooked as part of that process. All the other steps were done professionally. I would like to invite everybody, if you haven't had the chance to get onto the trail, to go and check it out and admire the workmanship that's been done there. The trail is built very professionally. The trail is built in a very sustainable manner. I've worked for about 33 years in the Lake Tahoe area on public lands, been responsible for a lot of land management, erosion control, vegetation management, and things like that. This trail is one of the jewels in our crown for a lot of different things that Tahoe has to offer. It provides access to all members of our community to get to see the iconic Tahoe views. It allows people to ride out to the lake. There have been some questions raised or concerns about the ability for people to safely do a loop in that area. I live in that adjacent community and ride that trail fairly well. I travel loops down Lily Lake, out Fallen Leaf Road, in Fallen Leaf Road, back up Lily Lake on my mountain bike and ride the trail uphill and downhill. I'm almost 60 years old and I ride a cross-country bike. I can do it on that. I'm not saying it's an easy trail, but in amongst the trails, and there were some examples that Shannon shared earlier, it's actually probably less technical than quite a few of them. So there's been a lot of really good things that have been done. A couple of things that this trail also checks the box on is that it offers parking at each end. Yes, it's a bit of a fight to get it, but it offers parking and it offers bathrooms and it offers decent opportunities for trash. Those are things that we are trying to implement in so many more areas around the lake. This trail checks the boxes with that too. So with that, I would like to let you know that TAMBA supports the proposed initiative, the proposed permit. We would be happy to work with the forest, with the local homeowners to answer questions, address concerns, and do what it takes to show that this is a functional multi-user trail with people biking, hiking, camping. I haven't seen horses, but I know that horses, like a good steady horse, could ride that trail. But those folks are able to enjoy it. And I have not had any issues of conflict brought to my attention. There are certainly areas in the Tahoe Basin where conflict happens, and we work with those folks with education, advocacy, trail stewardship. I work heavily with the youth that we work with the mountain biking to encourage that generation to own that next step. So with that, I would like to strongly urge the board to support this. Let's take this trail, recognize the concerns, solve the problems, and move on to the next thing to be solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine will go online for comments now. If there's any members of the public who would like to address the board on this, please unmute, raise your hand in Zoom. And then I also wanted to announce that I'm going to turn the meeting over now to Haley. I need to get on the road. I will call in and we'll be able to vote and listen in on the meeting while I start my drive. And I apologize to the board that I have to leave.
Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair, we have currently 10 hands raised to comment. The first hand raised was the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. If you unmute, you can address the board.
Yeah, hi, everyone. Can you hear me? This is Megan Kelly. I'm a civil engineer. I work for the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. Commenting today as a private citizen and a user of the Lily Lake Trail, and also commenting from a civil engineering perspective who works primarily on stream restoration projects in sensitive lands. I would say that this trail is a marvel, and it's definitely not a water quality concern. Despite its presence in sensitive lands, it was built really well. I've ridden it on my bike many times. I've even hiked it with my 7-year-old triplets, and I haven't seen any evidence of erosion or issues that would affect Fallen Leaf Lake or Lake Tahoe. If you haven't been on the trail, I highly recommend it. It makes it feel like you're maybe a tourist in your own town, maybe in the Italian Dolomites, hiking hut to hut. It's truly spectacular views. I've brought both local friends there and visitors, and they're very impressed by it. It enables you to start at the Tahoe Mountain Trails, like previous people have said, or the Angora Lakes Trailhead, and get to an area that you typically have to ride or have to drive on, a very narrow road that isn't in great shape. And so you can now access these areas by foot or bike and not have to drive on Fallen Leaf Lake Road, which we know is a sensitive road. And yeah, I find that there's very little user conflict because of the nature of the trail. It's actually quite slow to bike on. And so there's not any real biker or hiker conflicts. In fact, when I've used the trail, I've maybe seen only 1 or 2 people back there while using it. And so if I'd like to just say I support permitting this trail as both a user, a restoration engineer, an environmentalist, and a 17-year Tahoe resident. Thanks for your time.
The next hand raised is Doug Flaherty. Doug, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. It happened kind of quick, but there's a slide presentation there that went kind of fast through a slide that I thought, maybe it's his twin sister. But I believe I saw a white bark pine, which was put on the threatened list a couple of weeks ago. So I don't know if that was a white bark pine. Maybe there is a similar tree, but maybe the Forest Service can look at that slide and tell us if that was a white bark pine. It was adjacent to the trail. If it was a white bark pine, then that would be new information where we could file a public objection under NEPA for a supplemental EA. I'm not saying we do that, but I'm just, if that's also true, if it is a white bark pine, I request this body to give us a month to talk with the Forest Service about that situation. And then finally, cumulative impacts result from the tyranny of incremental impact of small decisions when added to other past, present, reasonably foreseeable future actions, regardless of what agency or person undertakes such other actions. Cumulative impacts result from individually minor but collectively significant actions taking place over a period of time. The pro-growth TRPA and pro-developer TRPA and its partners continue to be active participants in the tyranny of incremental impacts, void of adequate environmental analysis to protect all that is Lake Tahoe. The EA that was performed covering a fairly large area was one of those incremental impacts. And the fact that this all got, pushed through without the valid permit continues to validate my claim that we need to take a hard cumulative impact look at many things in the basin, including how many unauthorized miles of trail we have, what's being done about it, and how the new trails impact the continued use of the unauthorized trails. We should shut all the unauthorized trails down until we, and maybe, hold back on our decisions to approve some of these with this new trail study or plan coming up. But anyway, mainly concerned about the white bark pine. Thank you.
And Catherine, I'm sorry, before we call on our next speaker, I did just want to make a note that we really appreciate all of this good public comment. Much of the board was listening during committee, and I know we had a lot of written public comment as well that I know I have read every word of. So it's also, if you'd like to use your public comment time to say if you support or oppose the trail, in the interest of time, if you want to abbreviate your comments, know that the board has heard if you've made substantive comments on this today or in writing, that we have paid attention to that. I know we have a lot of commenters to get through. So Catherine, if you want to call the next one, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Next is Chris McNamara. Chris, if you unmute.
I will try to be quick. Just wanted to say, since Lily Lake Trail was built, I've never used Fallen Leaf Lake Road because there is such a better way to get there. I don't need to park a car out there, which I have to imagine, if you've seen some of the creative parking around the overflow at Glen Alpine Trailhead, has to be the biggest concern in all this. And I also just wanted to say, I love Tahoe's inclusive nature. Other than wilderness, where it's just hikers and horses, we have this multi-use culture of inclusivity. I'm aware of, I think, only one section of trail on the east shore that's non-wilderness that has excluded a user group. And I would just love to keep that type of inclusivity going in Tahoe. As anyone who's been to an area where they've chosen not to embrace that philosophy, it gets ugly really quick. It's no fun for anyone. It often involves a lot less trail access and a lot more litigation. I'm so happy that in Tahoe, we have not gone there yet. And I hope that we will really continue that. Thank you.
Next hand is Jonathan Gourish. Jonathan, if you unmute.
So I spoke to the committee this morning, so I won't repeat my comments and concerns about the water quality there. I will only say that I'm appreciative of the concessions that the staff have made in the permit. I think they go a long way. The posture that this permit is in right now is that the trail is already built. You are now being asked to approve a permit with inadequate environmental review. Why not put off, deny the permit now, wait the year, get the monitoring data, and then you have the information necessary to evaluate whether in fact this trail is impacting water quality. Thank you.
Next up, Peggy Laughlin. Peggy, if you unmute, you can address the board. Peggy, I can see you're unmuted, but your microphone is not picking up anything. Peggy, we will circle back. Oops. Go ahead one more time, Peggy.
Hello? How about now?
Yes.
Oh, good. I am so sorry to not do this right. Anyway, I'll just begin by saying that I also appreciate some of the concessions made on the permit. And I've made my comments about safety and deviations from the trail plan. So the main points I would like to clarify is that the board will vote based on accurate and truthful evidence, and that there are stipulations in the permit even as written now and modified that I believe do not justify approval. In fact, I do not believe the board can approve this trail based on existing misrepresentation. So I'd like to go right away to the statements made in several parts of the report of TRPA that say that the trail was approved in 2013 by the decision notice as a multi-use trail. And I will read right off the top that the decision notice, in fact, in 2013 states that on page 30, first of all, the trails surrounding, referred to as AN4 and 8, bicycle use is infrequent on trails AN4 and 8 because those trails are designed use hiker pedestrian trail and as such are not well suited for bicycle traffic. None of the alternatives in this project propose to change the allowed or designed use of trails AN4 or 8. The proposed trail AN5 would be managed consistent with AN4 and AN8. And this means the trail was approved as a hiker pedestrian. And it goes on to say, construction and management of trail AN5 as a hiker pedestrian trail is consistent with this direction. It's been surveyed and evaluated for potential impacts for all resource areas, and no significant impacts will occur to any resources as a result of the project or alternative. Therefore, what this means is that it was evaluated and assessed for environmental impact based on construction as a hiker pedestrian trail. It was authorized as such not to exceed 2 feet in width, and with the resulting effects being analyzed as a hiking trail, not bicycle use. So the report that states on page 1 that the trails are multi-approved, and on page 1, and again, I believe on page 97, where it says designed I'm sorry, I'm so nervous about the time. But this information is incorrect in the report. And I want to make sure that the board is aware that they're going to be voting on a report and a recommendation that does not truthfully say that a multi-use trail was approved. A multi-use trail was not approved, a hiker pedestrian was, and therefore I request the board to not approve a retroactive permit because the findings are not actual, they're not factual, and of no significant impact is based on a completely different trail design. And as I presented before, those standards were not followed, and the trail became much larger, bigger, and unsafe for many users because of the conflict of use. So I would like to also clarify that.
Thank you for your comments. We've hit our time. Would you like to wrap up, please?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next hand up is Jeff Campen. Jeff, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Good afternoon. I addressed the committee this morning, and I'm happy to hear that there are considerations for changes in the approach. I support what John Gurish had stated to your board. Clearly, this trail was built in error, not having a permit. But I think we're moving forward to a resolution. I just want to point out that I don't think there should be a rush to judgment. I don't think there's really any reason to approve or deny the permit today. that you can delay it. The trail has been in existence, so there's no harm on that front. And it's certainly not going to hurt the Forest Service or TRPA to delay this thing until you have sufficient monitoring information. I would like to clarify some information that we put forward this morning and representations made by the Forest Service about additional trails that were approved on the Angora Ridge area in the decision notice of 2013. And the response to the board or the committee at that time by the Forest Service was those other 4 trails did not fall within the MOU. Well, I take issue with that, and I think your board needs to look into those 4 trails seriously. The information I have on page 157 of the 2013 EA shows very clearly that those 4 trails are new construction and specifically designated bicycle. Those 4 trails were approved and they have been built. They are not reroutes. They are not any other consideration, but new construction. And finally, I'd like to suggest that we hear what TRPA is trying to do in terms of regional trail planning and dispersing, and what the Forest Service is trying to do with this. But we have to realize that at some point, we're going to be up against the wall in terms of the ability of this new trail to absorb the population and use increases. Yes, we have services at both ends of the lake, the trailheads, but they're inadequate right now. They don't get serviced regularly or appropriately. So the bathrooms are generally a mess, especially down at Lily Lake, because of the people going into Desolation Wilderness. So
Sir,
you get
thank you for
multi-uses.
Thank you for your comments. You're at 3 minutes. Would you like to wrap them up?
That really concludes what I have to say. I think that we're going the right way, and that if we have a little more time, we make really informed decisions on this trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next hand is David Orr. David, if you unmute, you can address the committee or the board, excuse me.
Thank you. My name is David Orr. I'm a TAMBA board member, a passionate mountain biker, a passionate hiker, and a resident of South Lake Tahoe. And I'm writing you, I'm telling you today to express my full support for the Lily Lake Trail and support the vote for retroactively approving the permit. One, small comment, I've both hiked and biked this trail many, many times. I often hike it with my children. I bike it, with myself or with friends. And I really find that the design of the trail has prevented, any major user conflicts. Its technical features and all the switchbacks that it has really does create a slow speed situation. I'm always able to yield to uphill traffic when I am on my bike coming down that trail. And personally, as a hiker, I've never had a bad interaction with any other mountain biker on the trail. I know this is anecdotal at best, but it is a difficult trail to get out of control on. Thank you.
Next hand is Elise Fett. Elise, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hello, my name is Elise Fett. I'm an architect and engineer in North Tahoe. And in general, it's been proven that nature is good for human health. And trails are necessary. So this trail has already been built. And so if it's in place, it seems that we need to stabilize it and approve it we need to take care of letting people get into nature. So we keep talking about more and more mental health issues in our country, and yet we don't provide enough access for people to get out there and to enjoy it. And so I'm not going to repeat what everybody else already repeated regarding we need to improve our transit for people to get there. But yes, I'm an avid mountain bike rider. And yes, I think that, that of course makes me want to have more trails in this area. What makes me very concerned is that we have a gentleman, and I absolutely respect his point regarding sediment. I'm an architect. I put in BMPs for homes here all the time. I also see the incredible amount of erosion and the mess that's created by our road system here. 90% of the contamination to our lake is from these roads. So we need to get public transit. We also need to get people off the roads. We need to get them doing something other than driving around the lake. And mountain bike riding is a great opportunity for them to see the lake without being on a road. It's much safer. And the incline trail here has a, even odd day, and walkers go on the even and bikers go on the odd, and it works great. So I also want to point out that there is so much more damage happening to our lake because the TRPA has not stopped and regulated the use of fertilizers in our basin. It was recommended by staff in 2012. So you're concerned about the sediment coming down from one trail when you haven't taken care of saying no more nutrients in this basin. It is killing our lake. We have neurotoxins, we have cyanobacteria blooms, and you're complaining about one little trail that is good for human health. Well, our human health is truly, we are going to have people, we do have people that are getting ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, Parkinson's, from our toxic water in South Lake Tahoe. Please, please focus on the huge picture that needs to be resolved, which is keeping our water clean, please. And it's not just the sediment that happens naturally with our erosion from the lake and erosion from streams when they have a big flood. Get the nutrients.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next hand raise only has the first name listed, Amanda. Amanda, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me have the opportunity to speak. My name is Amanda Patton. I am a mom and resident of South Lake Tahoe. My two kids, they're ages 7 and 10, and my husband and I, we frequently spend summer evenings riding the lake and swimming in Fallen Leaf. I think it's one of the most magical places on the planet, and it should be protected, and we love it, but we are in full support of that trail being there and the permit being issued, and we hope that you will consider that as well. I think that blaming the inherent problems of just humans living in wild spaces, water pollution, trash, increased traffic on one recreational population such as mountain bikers is really unreasonable. To me, the most alarming issue I have with this discussion is just the access to public land. It feels like it is more of a debate of public lands versus private homeowners. In effect, by being adjacent to these public lands, homeowners are converting their public parcels into like their own private backyards. And that to me feels unlawful and wrong, and using environmental reasons to cover those not wanting traffic in your private areas. I understand the traffic's horrible, but I feel like it's just, it's not right. Most importantly though, just access to public lands is imperative because it teaches the next generation about protecting our wild spaces. And with that, both my kids wanted to say something really quickly.
Hi, I am Wyatt. I'm 10 and I love to mountain bike. I really care about Lily Lake and I hope you do not take it away. Thank you. I am Avery. I'm 7 and I really love biking. And when I grow up, I want to do Lily Lake.
And that's everything. Thank you so much for your time.
Madam Chair, the last hand raised is Denise Davis. Denise, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Denise, if you unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. This morning and this afternoon, citizens have expressed concerns regarding parking. This is reminiscent of concerns voiced by citizens during permitting and planning of the East Shore Trail at the North Shore. Those concerns were brushed aside at that time and the project moved forward. Several years since the completion of the East Shore Trail, parking problems continue to plague the neighborhoods near the trail. The success of the East Shore Trail proves a point made this morning. If you build it, they will come. Plan for increased use. Please listen to these concerns and avoid creating another unintended consequence of short-sightedness and hurry. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Thank you very much. With that, we will close public comment and I will look to see if there are any more comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Shelley.
I have a question for Mike, I guess, from the Forest Service. This is in response to a recommendation from Ruth Rich having to do with the Church and Clark trails. I'm assuming they are classified as authorized trails since they have a name.
The portions on Forest Service land, yes.
They are, okay, so they would be covered under paragraph 4, where the Forest Service would retain the right to upgrade or eliminate unauthorized trails and restrict uses on authorized trails. So
correct.
If hiking on those two trails because of their current condition is deemed inappropriate, then you could restrict it to hikers and pedestrians only, right?
Yes, and I would add the private landowners also have that right to do that. And so working in cooperation with them in the community, we could come up with a decision such as that to restrict bikes on those routes if they also were insistent on that.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I will entertain a motion. The motion would be to approve the required findings, including a finding of no significant effect as shown in attachment A. That's the first motion I'm looking for.
I'll propose, oh, someone in the room wants to do it, go for it.
Ashley Vince was going to do it. He did it. So now I will look for the vote, please.
Sorry, we're just trying to get board members online.
No problem.
A little delay. Ms. Aldine.
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda.
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar.
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos.
Yes.
Ms. Dis.
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich.
Yes.
Ms. Hill. Mr. Honigman.
Yes.
Mr. Rice. Ms. Lane.
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Ms. Williamson.
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. And the second motion I'm looking for is a motion to approve the proposed projects subject to the conditions contained in the draft permit as shown in attachment A. And do we need to say anything about the revised?
As amended on the.
As amended, thank you.
As, yeah, and
Amended
those
on the
amendments
record.
as described by member Aldine.
As with the amendments as described by a member Aldine is the motion I'm looking for.
So moved.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
Ms. Conrad Seda.
Yes.
Ms. Aldine.
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos.
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar.
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich.
Yes.
Ms. Dis.
Yes.
Mr. Honigman.
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Mr. Settlemyre,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
and Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to the public for being here today for that item, to the staff and to the Forest Service. Let's move on then to agenda item 8D, which is the presentation on the Waldorf Astoria Lake Tahoe project, 5 State Route 28, Crystal Bay, Nevada, assessor parcel number 123-051-02 at all, TRPA file number ERSP 2022-0138-01. Information on this item can be found on page 465. As a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in the Zoom webinar to be unmuted by TRPA staff. And at this point, I think I'd like to pass it over to our executive director and to Paul Nielsen, who will present to us.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Julie Reagan and Paul Nielsen is coming in on Zoom. I'm going to introduce this item. And first, I want to thank the board for your time and care in the last item and all the members of the public that worked through that matter. And I want to also thank our members in the audience who've been here waiting patiently for this. And thank you for your time, and for those on Zoom. I just want to provide a little context about this item. At this point on the board, member Aldine is the only one who has previously had some exposure in her tenure on the board with what was then called a Boulder Bay project at the Biltmore in Crystal Bay. And a few board members were able to come out yesterday and do a site visit to see in person the facility there. The governing board approved a project in 2011 for the Boulder Bay project. And we are now considering a plan revision, and we thought because it's of such great interest to the community and of such significant in our area that's targeted for revitalization, we wanted to give you this informational briefing, and no action will be taken today. We'll be bringing that back to you for board action going forward. But as a person who worked through those issues many years ago myself in my tenure at TRPA, I want to provide a little context around what we just wrestled through with the compact's direction of achieving and maintaining thresholds, but doing so with orderly growth and development. And that's a tall order. And this is an area that we've long targeted for revitalization. One of our planners, John Hitchcock, who now works at the city of South Lake Tahoe, worked on a community plan for streetscape improvements in Crystal Bay decades ago. And we're still working through many issues, and there is an updated project for your consideration coming forward. So with that, I thank you for your stamina. Everyone can stretch a little in place, move around. This is the last chunky item of the day, and I will turn it over to Paul Nielsen, who has a staff report, and then we'll hear from the project applicant as well.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Paul Nielsen. I'm the Special Projects Manager at TRPA. Apologize for not being able to be there today in person, but my little one brought home a bug from school, which I have been enjoying the last number of days. As Julie said, this item involves an informational item for the Waldorf Astoria project. It's a plan revision, as she said, to a previously approved project, and the staff summary can be found on page 465 of your packet. We do anticipate coming back for action probably in February or March. That is to be determined. Next slide, please. No, previous slide. Thank you. Before I get started, I want to focus on a few terms you'll hear during the presentation. The first term is Boulder Bay, which is the project that was approved by the governing board in 2011. The second term is Waldorf Astoria that you will hear, which is the proposed revised project that will be the primary focus of the presentation. So again, Boulder Bay equals the previously approved project. And when you hear Waldorf Astoria, think proposed revised project. Next slide. Next slide. This is just a vicinity map at a basin scale, shows the location of the project on the North Shore, immediately adjacent to the state line, Crystal Bay. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows, this is an excerpt from the area plan. The red outlined area is the project area for the proposed project. Again, right there at the state line in Crystal Bay along Highway 28, the site of the Biltmore. Next slide, please. So this is just a view, aerial view, obviously oblique looking north. You've got Highway 28 there, kind of in the middle ground where the bus is. Off to the left, you've got the Biltmore Lodge and Casino. Parking areas off to the right. And the project area is about 16 acres. It also includes, in the foreground here off to the right, the Crystal Bay Motel, the parking lot, and an adjacent office building, which again is a part of the project area. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Next slide. This slide just shows the existing condition of the building. Building's been there for a long time, as we know. It was open until recently, as this past summer. It is closed, and in fact, all of the buildings on the site are currently vacant. Next slide, please. So the project represents a revision. We call it a plan revision, as Julie said, to a project approved by the governing board in 2011. It was part of the community enhancement program, which some of you may remember. It was a program, a TRPA program that incentivized large projects to incorporate environmental improvements into a project that were above and beyond mitigation requirements. So things like water quality, transportation improvements, scenic quality improvements. As a part of that approval, the governing board also certified an environmental impact statement. That environmental impact statement looked at 5 different alternatives. And again, this is a revision to an approved project with a certified environmental document. So in this slide, it's been quite some time since it was approved, 2011, but there have been some construction activities. Specifically, there was a water quality basin constructed in 2014 that takes runoff from the NDOT roadways, some local roadways, treats it across the road near the Calneva, and also has helped to attenuate flooding downstream in the speedboat area. And so that was a critical portion of the project to help address water quality and flooding. There was a public park built on site. And really the first phase of the major construction were the 18 condominium units that were constructed. It's known as Granite Place. You see it as you drive along Highway 28. I'll show you a picture here in a second. And then the last element was that there was, as a part of the community enhancement beautification project in North State Line along Highway 28, there were some power lines placed underground, and there was about a $600,000 contribution made to that effort by the project proponents. And because of these construction elements, because the project has been pursued, albeit slowly, these elements represent diligent pursuit of the project, and therefore the project permit remains valid. Next slide, please. So this is a picture I took this summer out on site. This is some work that's being done to construct an interior connector roadway. Only a portion of it was constructed so we could button up the site and make sure it was stable for the winter. And then off to the right, that building there contains the 18 units, the condominiums, Granite Place, which fronts Highway 28. Next slide, please. So the Boulder Bay project includes tourist accommodation units, residential. This is truly a vertical mixed-use project. This is something that has been envisioned by the agency's regional plan and area plans, and going back to the community plans for some time. So you've got commercial floor area, you've got gaming, which was significantly reduced from the existing casino size. You've got some affordable employee housing that the developer brought to the table. And you've got some nice public gathering spaces, a pedestrian village. I sometimes equate the approved project and also the proposed project you'll hear about in a minute to a miniature heavenly village. You can imagine a place where I like to take folks when they come to town where there's a little bit of a sense of place for South Lake Tahoe now. There's a little village core. There's commercial amenities available to local residents, the visitors, but there's also hotel rooms and public gathering spaces. Next slide, please. So the project, as I mentioned, also delivered water quality, scenic improvements, reductions in vehicle miles traveled. So a fairly significant reduction in vehicle miles traveled over the existing condition. And also transportation improvements such as shuttles to local beaches. Next slide, please. This slide just shows a rendering of what was envisioned for the approved project. Again, vertical mixed use, commercial, residential, tourist, gathering spaces. And you'll see how the next project evolution is embracing this concept and expanding on it so that it is not just a developer, proposing to build hotel rooms that are for people visiting. It's also, as you'll hear, creating a place for locals as well. And so with that, I will turn it over to Tom Jacobson, who is with EKN Development, the applicant, who will describe the Waldorf Astoria project, and then I'll just wrap it up at the end with one slide, then we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Paul, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Board for the opportunity to be here as an applicant for the Waldorf Astoria project. I represent EKN Development. My name is Tom Jacobson, and I am the project manager for this great project. So next slide, please. Paul, thank you for that opportunity to get us up to speed where we have been in the past. I wanted to pick up from there on a quick history of where we've gone. So in 2015, that's where Paul left off with the breaking ground of the phase 1 or building A of the 18 units there that are existing. EKN has been involved in this project now for over 4 years. We were involved in this as a joint venture with the previous developer to be the hotel developer for this site. However, in September of 21, we actually purchased the entire site from the previous developer. Since then, we've closed the Biltmore, as Paul's talked about. We've also done some extensive development and remediation and getting ready for the demo of those existing buildings. The Biltmore closed, and then we gained full possession of it on May of 22. We did some site work, as Paul showed you on a picture, quite a bit of cleanup. I don't know if you're familiar with the site in the construction period of summer of 22. And we also have put together a plan that we refer to as the plan revision. We call it the Waldorf Astoria that we've submitted to TRPA with staff in October of 22. Next slide, please. The benefits of the plan revisions, I'm going to summarize them quickly for you, and we can go into detail, obviously, in the future when we're in front of the board in the near future. The first is that there's a substantial decrease in units of 47%. There's also a conversion of an internal road to make it a pedestrian area and also friendly to those who want to be part of the village or the village resort core, excuse me. We also increased access to food and beverage and also pedestrian-friendly retail for the community and its guests. And this was mostly done by the creation of what we refer to as the Grove. And we'll show you a picture that what kind of describes that. We also changed and improved the experience for arrival, and I'll point that out on a rendering and a site plan for you. And also we were able to do all the stormwater treatment and infiltration now on site, which is a change from the previous plan, which is a substantial improvement for the environment. Next slide, please. So in summary, the project is less. And what are we doing with less? We're taking that and we're converting that into more amenity space and more offering to the community and also to its guests. Next slide. I'm going to run through some real quick slides for some comparisons. Majority of the things that our key performance indicators are staying the same. So housing on-site and off-site are staying the same. Next slide. Total coverages and all the categories that you'll see there are staying the same. Next slide. Heights of the buildings as outlined, all are staying the same. Next slide. So transportation is also something that's staying the same, except we're going to probably increase that a little bit. And we'll get into a little bit more of those details as we come and present. We are required, conditioned to have bus stops and transit as part of that. We have relocated that based off of some advice from TART and others that are part of the transient area. We also have ski and bus shuttles. We're working to have destinations for the guests that it'll have a dedicated beach and a dedicated ski opportunity. We are conditioned also to have and continue to have ski or employee shuttles. However, on working on bikes and paths and height improvements, I want to talk a little bit more about that when we get to the site plan, but we're going to incorporate all those and much, much more. Next slide. So what you're looking at here on the left is the previously approved Boulder Bay site plan, and the one on the right is the Waldorf Astoria site plan, as we refer to it. As you can see, there's a lot of similarities. They look very similar. They're the same number of buildings. The footprints, heights, and shapes of the buildings are substantially in the same conformance. However, the slight changes that maybe seem to the eye are substantial in the guest and also for the community. Let me point out a couple of them. The first one I'd like to point out, if you notice on building C, I hope you can read that. I apologize if you can. It's the building that's on to the far right. Right there is where the entrance for the resort was going to be. So if you were going to be a guest of this resort, you would pull up to that porte cochere. That porte cochere has been in our plan revised and brought to an elevated area, which is on the next map, which is between building B and D. I'm sorry, I don't have a pointer, so I can't point it. But that is now on the same elevation as the Lakeview, or excuse me, the State Line and Lakeview connector, which then allows now the guests that are coming here to Lake Tahoe an experience of elevated views of not only over the Grove area that we're going to talk about, but also more importantly, the Great Lake that we're here for, and also the mountains and the trees. And it also brings an opportunity for those that are also community members to come here and also arrive and bring their friends and also experience those views in this hotel lobby. It also improves the safety quite a bit by taking the stacking, as you can imagine. If 6 cars showed up to check in at one time, there is a possibility of that being backed up into SR 28. By bringing it up into the resort area, we'll be able to control that more readily and have a better safety. Another change that I'd like to point out that we'll go into a little bit more detail is that roadway that you see the separation of the buildings that are along SR 28. Those are lower level buildings. Those are actually 2 stories now. That was a part of the conditions actually of phase 1 was to lower those from 3 to 2. So now those are 2 stories. However, they were separated in the previous plan by a vehicle road. So that section between those 2 buildings on SR 28 and all the buildings in the remaining were actually separated by a vehicle driven road. We've changed that now from a vehicle to a pedestrian-only road, which now allows us to create more space and also a more safe environment for people to be. Can we go to the next slide? So this is now making it a little bit bigger on our plan, and I wanted to talk about what did we do with that space. So what we did is, if you notice, there's now a little bit of more of a heart in the middle of the village. We refer to that as a grove. That's anchored by some old growth trees that we have identified and have developed a plan to maintain them, thus the grove. And the grove is actually an elevated area that is now incorporated into the back buildings and also bringing the back buildings into the front. We've done that by creating an amphitheater, by taking advantage of the natural grades that are there and making places for the community to come and be seen and be part of it. So what does this mean? Well, now all that retail and all of the curated retailing people that we're working with and will work with is we're going to create a place for the community and also for the guests to be part of something which is a commercial town center, which is the actual idea of the Crystal Bay area. With that said, we're also looking to connect the upper buildings down, and this is something that I want to point out, which is we refer to as the Alpine Trail. One of the reasons that we're all here, we talked about trails a lot today, is to get out and enjoy. And so we're going to mimic some of the ideas of trail hiking. And you'll start from either up at the upper elevation, where's the arrival. So if you're a member of the community up on the upper side, you can come to that on the sidewalks that are going to be provided on our new improved roads. And then you can crawl, you can go to the lobby, go to the bar that's there, open to the public restaurant that's there, or you can stroll down the trail, go through the different areas that are, I can go on and on, but the courtyards and all the miscellaneous areas that is going to be there. So think of the trail, think of the Grove as a place where you can have things like farmer markets, you can have events, you can have year-round programming. So this is a place that is alive. Yoga on the lawn, I can go on and on. So with that said, next plan, please. Slide, excuse me. This plan is I'm going to start showing you some pictures because they're always helpful. This is on the elevation of the top of the hotel on building B in the back. So you're now in the very back of the project looking out over the Grove area. You can see the large growth trees there. I also put this in here because I wanted you to see what the lobby looks like. So that's the hotel lobby. So instead of entering now on the elevation of 28, you're now entering the hotel and experience on the elevation where you can see all the expanse of why you're in Lake Tahoe. So this is for the guests, and this is also for our community, because this hotel is going to be welcoming people here. It has an open bar, it has an open restaurants, and also the trail system. Now, if I could point it out if I had a pointer, but literally you have the ability to walk down and incorporate into the lower levels. Next slide, please. This is another rendering of now what will you experience if you're coming from Kings Beach, heading from California north. This is an experience that you'll see on your left. That's a viewpoint for the project as well. Next slide. This is a slide now looking from the lakeside or hovering over SR 28. You're now looking into the project. This will help you understand when I said about the public spaces, the locations. If you can make out, you can see the amphitheater as it goes up naturally into the grade. So the idea is you'll use the trail, the Alpine Trail, to go up through the elevations to get up to the peak, so to speak, which is the lobby, all mimicking of the mountains, and we can go into a whole bunch more. And that is really sort of the part that I want to go. Next slide. So we've been involved in this project for 4 years, but we became very active in it once we purchased the whole thing. We've had multiple meetings with community members, and we've listened. Next slide. We've also reached out and had a lot of collaboration with lots of the agencies that are here, and listen to what would make this project a better thing. And we found that all these things that I'm offering up in our project revisions actually come from our listening to the community and also to the agencies that are here. Next slide. So quickly on a timeline, I know I'm going fast and I'm sorry, but this is where we're at today. We would like to continue our demolition of the buildings here this spring. In 23, we will continue our site work that we started last year. In 23, we'll start our grading and also the road constructions that are required, all of the horizontals of the project. And then in May of 24, the grading season in 24, we hope to begin all of our construction associated with vertical. And that would get us a completion date of all of the project, one phase, in May, late of 27. Next slide. So when we thought through of how do we revise this plan to be better, so we bought somebody else's approved plan, and then we took the time to go back and listen and learn from those who knew it best. And that is the community and the agencies that have been here for a long time. We're an active developer. We want to be here and we will be here for a very long time. We looked at and we found that we can increase the environmental, community, and guest environment or the guest experience while doing all three. They're win-win-wins. And we believe, EKN believes that this is a catalyst that can start the revitalization that Crystal Bay so needs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Madam Chair, almost done here. I just have some concluding remarks, which includes thanking Tom and his team for being good listeners, because when we first met with them and they reached out to us early, which we appreciate, they were discussing a project which was not the project that Tom just described. The initial iteration of a revised project on the site was something we had concerns about. The size, the scale was not in keeping with the community, and more importantly, it wasn't in keeping with the original permit and the environmental document. I spoke earlier about an environmental impact statement that was prepared for that original project. And so it was critical when we sat down with the team early on that we made it clear that any revisions needed to be consistent with those original approvals and the environmental document. And so over time, a little back and forth, Tom and his team really responded to that request and developed the project that he just described. A couple, just two more points I want to make is in order to make that conclusion, and we still have some work to do. We're not done, which is why we're not requesting action today. But we had to do some work to make sure that what is proposed is consistent with that original approval and environmental document. So, for example, from a scenic standpoint, the original project was required to result in a threshold improvement to the scenic quality ratings for the roadway along Highway 28. And so a couple months ago on a very cold day, we performed an exercise, a balloon exercise using drones. We simulated the height of the buildings to ensure that the simulations that were prepared for the project were accurate. And so we viewed the balloons and the drones from various locations around the site. And then we also went out on a boat on Lake Tahoe, and we observed the balloons. And this is a big balloon. This isn't just a little party balloon. This is a 4-foot diameter giant red balloon, which was visible from the lake, but it was not visible at the two required evaluation points, which is 300 feet offshore, and then a 1/4 mile offshore. You will not see the buildings. A little bit further out, a lot further out, almost a mile out, you would see the top of the buildings, but it certainly would not project above the canopy and would not detract from scenic quality, which were the conclusions of the original EIS. And so that was a comparative analysis we did just to make sure it was consistent. The last point I'll touch on is water quality. The site obviously is in need of BMPs. Part of the community enhancement program and the original approval required, as I said, environmental improvements above and beyond what were required for mitigation. And so from a water quality standpoint, the original project proposed not just treating the 20-year 1-hour storm, which you hear a lot about, but the 50-year 1 hour. And actually capturing much more of that on site. The original project did not include, to the degree that we're seeing now, the level of treatment and storage capacity and design, quite frankly. And so we went out on the site with the engineers to talk about the new evolution of the stormwater plan and again, I guess the best way to say it, maybe stealing a thought from John Hester, is that this water quality plan is a 2023 version of the water quality plans we like to see, not the 2011 plan that was approved before. So we are pleased that the project has come as far as it has, that it will still deliver the environmental improvements, including affordable housing and transportation. And revitalization, as Tom touched on. We hope that if this project is approved, it will serve as a catalyst for environmental, community, economic benefits for other sites at North State Line, like the Calneva, for example. Notable, there's been some recent interest in the Calneva, which, as we know, is a good thing. That site needs some attention, and hopefully we will see that in the future. And so with that, I'd like to conclude and send it back to you.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Mr. Settlemeyer?
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. I appreciate it. Remember a long time. I think it was 14, 16 years ago. We were up there reviewing the Crystal Bay and Calneva at the same time when I was on the interim committee for the Tahoe at the legislature. So it's fascinating to see the new rendition, and I greatly look forward to having it go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? Ms. Aldine?
Just a quick question for the project proponent. Obviously, interest rates are rising. Financing is critical for this project. I understand the estimated cost is 750 million, I think now is the projected cost of the project. Have you secured financing, or have you identified a lender who is willing to finance this project pending an approval by this agency?
So we don't have our construction financing at this point. We do have our financing to get to the point where we are and where we need to be as far as the vertical construction or the horizontal construction. However, debt financing will be needed in place for the vertical construction.
So you have funding for the infrastructure work?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you're reasonably confident that this project, it will be able to move forward? I know it's kind of an odd question to ask because things are in flux.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable question to ask based off of the environment that's today, but yes, we do have confidence that we'll be able to get construction financing.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I apologize, I can't see members of the board who are online who have called in, so you might just have to say my name to get my attention if you wanted to question or comment. All right, hearing none, let's go to public comment. I do just want to remind the public that this item is only agendized for informational only. But if members of the public who are present right now wish to come forward, please come on up. The microphone is on right now, so you can just leave it on, and please state your name for the record when you come up.
Hello, my name is Stuart Yant, and I'd first like to start by saying hello to Shelley Aldine and congratulating on seeing you in person and the enthusiasm you've had and the detail and the organization that you've continued to exhibit, because I was on this board for 6.5 years. Quite a while ago. And of course, Julie and I worked together, and Paul Nielsen and John Marshall. And I think we're all pretty happy with each other at those times and had a great time. And back in those days, we had 2-day meetings a lot of the time, not just one day. But so I attended and was very involved and attended probably some 70 or so meetings. So I, like I say, I was very involved, and I have lived in the Crystal Bay for 27 years now. So I am also quite involved in that community. And back then, many years ago, in 2011, I also spoke personally with Mike Brown, the preeminent fire chief at the time in the basin. And I've heard some concerns about the access and the road closures and the road changes and all that. And he was very supportive of that at the time, I just like to say, and felt it was a dramatic improvement to the fire safety for the community and the people. So I've also spent a good deal of time getting to know Evie, and I have trouble pronouncing that last name, not Giovanni. Yes, I'm getting better at it. And as well as his family, and he's met my family, and we have been spent time together at his headquarters, the old one and the new one in Irvine. So I've gotten to know him, and I've been very pleased to say that he's the real deal. I went in his current office last year and saw some 100 people sitting at computers and working their little heads off feverishly on various projects of his, including, of course, this one, which I believe is his pet project. So I just like to be very supportive and say we need to rejuvenate and revitalize Crystal Bay and get rid of the blight that is there. So please let me just voice my support. Thank you.
Thank you. And if anyone else wants, please just come on up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Board. First, I want to thank everybody for coming out to the site yesterday. I know it's a big haul driving around the lake, especially in the winter. My name is Mike Dunn. I moved to Tahoe 30 years ago this year. I work for Chase International Real Estate. I'm a California and Nevada realtor, and I work throughout the entire region in all of our markets. Chase International has been retained by EKN Development to represent the sales and marketing of the project. And I am tasked with the marketing and the community engagement for the developer. So I do want to make sure everyone does know that I do work for the developer. When I first met Ebby and his team, we were interviewed to represent EKN as a residential real estate sales and broker. I was very impressed when Ebby told me that the most important criteria that he was looking for was strong community members to play a pivotal role to build and implement a community outreach program. There was no conversation of sales. There was no conversation of condos. It was about an outreach program, and that was a year ago. This was actually a very true and unusual breath of fresh air, because usually it goes straight to sales. Our relationship was immediately solidified because I built my career building and expanding relationships with a large focus on the community and the environment. I chose to live to Lake Tahoe, move to Lake Tahoe, and live in Lake Tahoe because of what Tahoe offers, what I get to explore during all the seasons, the fact that we are not a Vail, a Whistler, or a mega resort community. And I'm a resident of Douglas County, mostly for, and I have been for 30 years, because of its slow growth initiatives and its local government to reduce the impact on our community. We, our core values aligned. We tasked with reaching out to the public. We have met with well over 1,000 people. We have hosted over 30 public community meetings. We have, from day one, created a website to inform the community and posted things on social media notifying business owners. We've met with business owners, agencies, EMS services, couples for coffee, locals in their homes, business owners at their places of business. We've presented at the Washoe Cab meeting and attended other major events and local charities. We met with HOAs, had town halls, and we've had a great event just January 11th at Incline Bowl. The response I do have from the community is overwhelming, and the personal attention that EKN has given has been well received by the community. What's challenging and frustrating for me is that there's a very small misguided group in the community that has been and continues to distribute malicious misinformation to the local community members at a great disservice that costs us time, that costs us money. And just yesterday, one of these members was on site at our walkthrough telling people that there would be over 3,000 cars arriving daily and that the buildings would stand over 7 stories tall at the top of the resort. Both of those are completely fabricated. They do nothing positive. There's no good for the public. I think that what the plan revision has here presents that they've listened to the community. And I think you guys should listen to those plans in that plan revision. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Kelly, and my family owns the Tahoe Nugget, which is located across the street from the Biltmore. I'm also a full-time resident of Crystal Bay. My home is located behind the Crystal Bay Club, so I'm near the project area. And my father opened the Tahoe Nugget in 1962, and my brother and I took it over in '93 after he passed away. And I've been in Crystal Bay my entire life and have witnessed its long, slow decline. A lot of properties that were there when I was young, the North Shore Club, Bal Tavern, Calvada Lodge, Monte Carlo, those are all gone. Calneva has been closed for over a decade. Tahoe Inn's been closed for longer than that. Now the Biltmore's closed, Crystal Bay Motel's closed. Only the Nugget and the Crystal Bay Club are still open. 30 years ago, we had close to 500 hotel rooms. Now we have 5. There were hundreds of employees in Crystal Bay. Now there's less than 100. The only thing we've seen an increase in is derelict buildings. I'm very hopeful that this project goes forward. I've had numerous opportunities to meet with Evie, and I think that He and his group are the right people to make it happen. In fact, at this point, my only concern related to the project, my only fear is that something will prevent it from going forward. I agree. I believe that this can be the catalyst that we need to begin the process of revitalizing Crystal Bay. And I'm here to offer my complete, on behalf of myself and my family, and some of my neighbors as well, our complete and total support for this project. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Corey Sulfrino representing the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. My team and I, Captain Blaine Beard, the new commander of Incline Village, Sergeant Joe Colacurcio, my admin sergeant, are here today to show our support for this project for a host of reasons, but most notably, I wanted to highlight what the project managers have done over the course of the last year. As the former commander of Incline Village, I had the pleasure of working with them in several capacities, always with positive interactions and information sharing. From community events and meetings to critical stakeholder discussions and advice, they have integrated themselves into our community. They're wonderful community stewards who understand the importance of public safety and want to create an environment of such. The principal partners of EKN Development Group have listened to our public safety interests in the demolition and ultimate new construction of this multi-acre project. The parcel in question was identified as a former problem area which generated several repeat calls for service relative to trespassing, trouble unknowns, driving under the influence, disturbances, destructions of property, batteries, etc. The principal partners have listened and want to partner with local law enforcement for collaboration and crime reduction strategies. As a law enforcement professional, I cannot tell you how important this is to protect life and property. Oftentimes, law enforcement's met with resistance and delays when investigating crimes and protecting life and property. It's refreshing to work with a group of business professionals who truly have public safety at the forefront of their agenda and want to incorporate crime reduction strategies through environmental design. They've hosted community meetings discussing the project in great detail and have solicited input from subject matter experts in the public safety field. We appreciate the open lines of communication and feedback and wanted to ensure that that was read into the record today. As this property remains vacant, even with routine patrols and on-site security, it has become a local breeding ground for broken windows theory, a safe haven for juveniles and adults, acts of crime and delinquency. Any delays to this project will result in more of the same and immediately impact our ability to revitalize Tahoe. I'm happy to entertain any questions and wanted to take this opportunity to express our support for this project. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Bernard. Actually, it's Lisa Douglas now. I've forgotten about that. My husband and I moved here 7 years ago for the sense of community that Incline Village offers. And we love to be contributors to the local community as donors and providing assistance to those in need. We live at 535 Lodgepole Drive, which is literally 3.5 minutes away from this incredible new undertaking. Excuse me. I'm also the president of the Rotary Club of Incline Village for the past 2 years. Well, actually the co-president. Ebby Nakajavani and Mike Dunn both spoke at our little club and changed a lot of people's minds, as many people had previously heard negative, uninformed misinformation and said they didn't want to hear what they had to say. And after they saw and witnessed their genuine, sincere responses to their questions, they came up and said, gosh, I'm glad I kept an open mind and listened, because they have really changed my mind. Because they're genuine, sincere, and some people say they're very credible, and they've impressed many Rotarians with their honesty. They've hosted many intimate meetings, some just for my Rotary Club and for other friends of Rotary, and also there's another club in Incline Village that they've been honest and open, and have really listened and addressed concerns raised by attendees. And of course, the Waldorf Astoria is an incredible brand partnership to have. My husband has an office space at State Line, 10 State Line Road. And this area is in such a state of disrepair, an absolute eyesore. And like Corey was saying, that attracts the wrong elements of people. His office has been broken into 3 times, computers stolen, beautiful artifacts that were his. Anything that wasn't nailed down has been stolen, and because, you know, there's the wrong elements, like I said. We not only want, but need a beautiful, stunning entry corridor to our incredible village in Nevada. And this project is promising to match our elegant, brilliant, dazzling vision that match our Lake Tahoe views. So I'm very in support. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I typically get into the weeds, and that's what I'm going to do on the 3-page staff report. Thank you for the opportunity for the informational. We'll be back again. I had a few questions. Of course, I'll bring up CEP 2008. I was there. No project has actually gone through that process with all those entitlements. This one will finally get maybe a CEP blessing. We tried with Domus, didn't have all the elements required. Didn't need to bring that up, but the CEP didn't produce anything. I have a question on page 466. This is new to me. It says 14 on-site affordable employee housing units, 14 2-bedrooms, 10 infill, 38 deed restricted housing bedrooms. It doesn't say units. Mr. Jacobson said beds. Are we talking beds? Are we talking units? It's just a clarification point for what the requirement is. Also, I would like to, because we've had calculations in VMT on latitude 39 be questioned. Yes, there's lots of less units, but there's a 6,000 square foot penthouse. There's several 3,000 square foot penthouses. Some of that VMT will come back. I'm not saying all of it will. I'd just like to see some of those calculations come in correctly. Back to the workforce housing, one of the purchases was in Tahoe Vista where I used to live, might be for affordable. Will the applicant be providing public transit to the site? Again, we talked about commuting to sites that we don't always count the employees as well. I would also like to ask if those scenic simulations that Paul Nielsen talked about are available to the public. Oh, I still got a little time there. I really don't need to go on about any more of the project. We do need revitalization there. I don't know that the public should be criticized for their input. Not all of us do that. And I try to be respectful and factual and provide meaningful comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bambi Mangarelli. I live in Crystal Bay, moved in there in 2019. I want to thank those of you who came to our neighborhood yesterday to take a look at what we look at every day as we drive in and walk through our neighborhood. You can imagine how we might be excited about any redevelopment based on what you saw yesterday. But I'm here in support of EKN because I'm excited about this particular development. I think that this is exactly what we need in our neighborhood. Not only do we need to get rid of those eyesores, but we need a community space in our area. And I'm thrilled with all of the changes that they have made to this project, that it's fewer units, that they not only are welcoming the local community, not only to participate in learning about this project and providing input, but welcoming us to the development when it is done and providing us that much needed social space. So I am 100% enthusiastically supporting that and asking you not to delay an approval of that. I speak for a lot of my neighbors who could not be here today, and given the length of your day, I'm sure you appreciate that fewer people, same message. One of my neighbors who did make it here today, I want to say before I go into that, that there was a lot of concern among our neighborhood. Crystal Bay is a small community and a very close community. We had a lot of communications in social media and email that were very negative and providing a lot of fear in the community. And so as soon as I had an opportunity to get information directly from the source, I went to one of the EKN presentations, and I was so impressed with their patience. They did dozens and dozens of these. They answered every single question from every community member. And they did that at 4 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, at 6 o'clock. And they did it over and over and over again. And then when some of my neighbors hadn't been able to attend that, they came to my house. They came to my neighborhood and met with my neighbors in my house. And every one of those people who has been to any of those presentations is a supporter. So Ron Randolph Wall, one of my neighbors who was not able to be here, well, who was here today but was not able to stay, wrote a little speech for you. I'm doing a condensed version for him because he was heartbroken to have to leave for a doctor's appointment. He said, "Our town is not just a lake. It has to have amenities. This development gives people additional reasons to be here. I support the idea of more development that serves to improve not only our standing with out-of-town guests and visitors, but benefits for the residents. I have listened to what the naysayers have said, and I am not persuaded with their arguments that the town and residents will suffer. If their voice is allowed to prevail and the commissioners reconsider the approval of the conversion of the Biltmore to a Waldorf Astoria, the whole community and visitors will be dealt a cruel blow." So that is me channeling Ron, who's been a resident of Incline Village for 23 years, and thank you.
Madam Chair and the board, my name is Rosie Weber. I am a community member of Crystal Bay for 30 years, and I'm also the owner of the Sanctuary Tahoe, which is a spa and wellness center directly across the street from this project. And I am here to please give accolades to EBI and EKN Development for reaching out to the community and the business owners in the way that they have done. They have personally met with me and have taken the time to be concerned about my business, which can be directly affected by this project. They are more than willing to work with me and have shown me their genuine interest in the community and the betterment of our community. And I also have to admit that the original project, I was a naysayer of that original project. I am an absolute fan of Mr. Nakjivani and his team and what they have done to redevelop this beautiful site that they have redeveloped. And I am here in support of them, and I hope that you do not delay the approval of this project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Mingarelli. I live at 480 Tuscarora, just about a quarter mile away from the project. And I just wanted to, it's kind of tough acts to follow, everybody we've just seen today. So just echoing everybody else's sentiment. If we had listened only to the opposition, which we were approached by many times in the beginning with alarmist type tactics that were really scary. And as we got to know Ebby and his team and Mike, you know, like my wife just said, we actually had them over to our house for dinner and had them come over and drank wine and had a nice dinner and got to know them and got to know the whole project. And everything that we were told from the other side, the opposition, was 150% actually false. A lot of it was fabricated. A lot of stuff was not factually based at all. So expressing my full support. Thank you to the law enforcement community for being here and for their support. I know the fire department was out there in support yesterday. And, you know, please, as everybody has said, you know, please get this through as fast as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in person?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Rick Jones. My wife and I have been full-time residents of Crystal Bay for over 40 years. We've witnessed lots of changes, including the gradual deterioration of the commercial corridor of the North State Line area. The Tahoe Mariner, the Calneva, the Tahoe Biltmore have all had promises of redevelopment go unfulfilled. Hampered by the building moratorium of the early 80s and the economic crash and burn of the mid-2000s. New ownership has presented an opportunity for revitalizing the Biltmore property with a substantial reduction in unit density, significant environmental improvements, and a collaborative effort to include and accommodate the Crystal Bay and North Shore communities. Last Friday's Tahoe Tribune featured a guest column from your executive director. The emphasis of the column was focused on the stewardship of development in the basin. Specifically, reduction of development, responsible environmental actions, and community enhancement. I believe this project checks all the boxes and then some. I would ask the board to approve this project as presented here today. One other item. In the Tribune column, Director Reagan informs us that roughly 10% or less of the basin's development rights remain undistributed. I would ask the board to endorse the utilization of that 10% for workforce housing. Without it, projects like these are in peril, and the community and the economic viability of the basin is at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call, in-person comments. Okay, let's turn over to anyone online. Either raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 to be unmuted and called on.
The first hand raised and the Zoom name cuts off, so pardon me, Development Program WashU. If you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, board. This is Sarah Tone. I'm representing Washoe County on behalf of our development services teams. And in alignment with what was presented to you earlier, the local government teams need to approve both their building permits and the land entitlements associated with this project. I have to say, due to the regional significance of this project, we started working on this last year directly with the applicants. And in doing so, we gathered 22 of our internal team members and our external partners to help guide this applicant and the project through the local review process. Our intent is to ensure and support the applicant in meeting their obligations and also being transparent in how we're doing that with the public. We are fully supportive of the current effort to do so, and we have made significant progress in the last year. And I wanted to share that with the team because we wouldn't have been as successful without the contribution of both our stakeholders, the TRPA team, our commissioner, Alexis Hill, and also the applicant who has been dedicated to this process throughout the last year and prior. I wanted to share that with you just so you know that we're working in partnership with you, and I'm available to answer any questions after the meeting if there's any more that are come to mind. Thank you so much.
Next hand raised is Scott Tisch. Scott, if you unmute, you can address the board. Scott, I see you are unmuted. I don't see your microphone picking up. Scott, we will circle back to you. Please check your audio settings in Zoom. Next hand is Reza Tavana. Reza, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Board members, my name is Reza Tavana, and I own a single family home at 115 Lakeview Avenue in Crystal Bay, Nevada. My property actually is situated directly across from Building B, as shown on the proposed revised project site plan. With that said, and since there's no actionable items taking place today, I'll keep my comments short and brief and state that I fully support this proposed project, the Waldorf Astoria project. As presented, I believe it will tremendously help revitalize the area, and it is exactly what we need here in the North Shore. I'm looking forward to seeing this revision officially approved in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Next hand is Judith Simon. Judith, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm Judith Simon. I'm a resident of Crystal Bay, and I have, it's not that I'm not supportive of the plan, but I would like the board to really get a handle on how the construction on Highway 28 is going to affect the progress of the project. And I'm a little bit troubled about the vehicle miles traveled. And I don't see how having this project here would decrease the vehicle miles traveled when we have such poor transportation as it is. So I'd like you to get staff to kind of look at that. And I'm a little bit confused about the public park and what the access to that park is. I understand that the project is to have underground parking, but if you're going to open all this to the community, I just have no idea where the people are going to be able to park. So that being said, I think it's great to remove the blight in Crystal Bay. And I'm a little concerned about the financing so that we don't have another unfinished project. That concludes my remarks.
Ann Nichols, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, 52-year resident of the area. I just wanted to, Settlemyer might remember, but I've been trying to save the fourth exit out of our community from this proposal for years. And we've had to do it 5 times. We still have it. It was recently they tried to call it emergency access only. So we've been working diligently for that. And, it's been a challenge, but I think it's good. The project's smaller. I'm noticing on this latest, site plan that there's a lot more sidewalks. I'd really love to see sidewalks on Scenic Drive and on Wasu. Everyone loves to walk to the lookout and it will be steep and slippery. So that would be wonderful. I'd like to see a signal rather on State Line and 267 or 267, 28. It's difficult to turn left there as it is now, either in or going out, especially with snow. So we need some basic traffic control. The shadow study from 2008 that was done for the original project shows a real shadow up there on where the new entrance to the resort's going to be, up there on Lakeview, where the new, continuation of Lakeview will be. So I'd really like that looked at. I mean, maybe it's going to need to be a little, heated or something, because it's going to be slippery up there and shadowed by the building B, I believe, and C. So we haven't seen the basic traffic study yet. We just, like Shelley, that's a great question. We're just very worried about getting a hole in the ground like South Shore. We'd love to see noticing from TRPA to the residents within a certain distance, because I know we're not on the California side getting any noticing. And then we haven't been able to get basic information about how much population the site will have. The previous approval, it was 2448 people. So including employees, how many people will be on site? That would be great to know. And I just want to say that, this is a lot of work. Describing critics of large-scale Tahoe projects as misinformed is no more than disinformation. Much citizen effort goes into trying to understand this stuff. It takes a lot of time. So trying to silence dissenting views or muzzling residents who have legitimate questions is harmful. The process for public debate is already too narrow a space. Using the misinformation label on dissenting views is nothing more than a lazy slap on concerned citizens. Thank you.
Andrew Chapman, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Andy Chapman. I am the president and CEO of Travel North Tahoe, Nevada, formerly the Incline Village Crystal Bay Visitor Bureau, and more importantly, a 30-year resident of the Tahoe Basin, where with my wife, we have raised 3 adult children in this beautiful locale. So it is very important to us. I am before you today in support of this project. EKN and their team has listened to the entire community. Not just the loudest voices in the room that tend to drown out others that have legitimate positions as well. Some in our community would ask you to leave Tahoe the way it is. That thinking will continue to only degrade our environment, and there is truly an environmental cost to doing nothing. This project will significantly improve an already disturbed landscape and will have significant benefit for the region's triple bottom line: social, environmental, and economic. Tahoe is at a crossroads, and projects like this and the work Ebby and his team are doing are bringing significant changes to this basin that will have generational changes moving on to the future. I appreciate your time and to take on this item, and I look forward to seeing this project move forward. Thank you.
Mitch L. Mitch, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Mitch Lagarza, and I was hoping to be there in person, but life got in the way a little bit. So thank you for allowing my Zoom comments, which are going to be in support of EKN's proposal. My wife, Debbie, and I have been full-time residents of Crystal Bay for over 30 years now. 7 of those on Amargosa Road, and the remaining 23 just up the hill on Tuscarora Road. We've had great memories of the Tahoe Biltmore, especially in the early days. However, for almost a decade, we've been looking forward to an appropriate replacement plan for the decaying property. While we passively supported the Boulder Bay project, we were frankly not that excited by it. The high unit density and lack of creative community spaces and amenity designs, while better certainly than a rotting Biltmore, just felt a little lacking to my wife and I. However, in our opinion, EKN's new plan addresses those shortcomings. We had a chance to sit down with Abby as well, and we're really impressed by his commitment and his calm approach to what he was undertaking here. And we just were impressed by him. And so, we're also really happy to see him concentrate on getting more of the, community involved in coming to the property. And we think that's a great thing. So again, we've been here for a long time. It's time that we do something here. Clearly driving by, I drive these roads up and down many, many times and past the Biltmore. And something good needs to happen. And really, we were very impressed with this plan as soon as we laid eyes on it. And so we just would like to really support the project and hope that the board approves the proposal. Thank you.
Cheryl Delahunty, if you unmute, you can address the board. Cheryl Delahunty.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Chair. My name is Cheryl Delahanty. I reside at 501 Lakeshore Boulevard. I'm actually in the Crystal Bay Cove, in the Cove turn there as you go up to Crystal Bay. Actually used to work at the Crystal Bay Club many decades ago before getting into real estate with Coldwell Banker Select for over 33 years now. My family and I have observed a lot of changes over the years, some good and not so good. And I've been following the Boulder Bay project since the inception. And I'm actually here and voicing my support of the revisions, which are significant. And I've really enjoyed most recently, when I attended the EKN meet and greet at Bull Incline, it actually gave a lot more insight into what is actually proposed. And also, I think the fact that they've changed and well revised from the original plan submissions to the TRPA showing less units and everything that they've already spoken to that I won't have to repeat. I do support that. I feel it'll be a huge benefit in helping bring the two communities of Crystal Bay and Incline Village together in a favorable way. And I also want to piggyback on to Mr. Rick Jones with his comment with regards to workforce housing. He's right on. I really would request that you would take a deeper look into that or look for some grant funding to make it pencil out for developers so we can have workforce housing on top of our commercial space that is left empty and abandoned. And I thank you for your time.
Charlie Soul, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Yeah, hi. I'm Charlie Soul from Soul Domain Restaurant. I'll be the new neighbor of the Biltmore project, and I want to voice my support for the project. I think now is the time, and this is the place for a project of this scope to happen. And I just wanted to voice my full support for EKN and Waldorf Astoria going forward. Thank you. Uh-oh.
I got you, Charlie. Ron Volay, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for taking my Zoom call. My name is Ron Voley. I live on Tuscarora, and I am part of the community there. I want to first say I'm not against the project. I've never been against the project. I've heard some very good planning, and certainly the old Tahoe Biltmore is a blight to the area, and we need this this development. I've met with Ebby and Tom. I've met with the county. I've met with Paul Nielsen, and I have some continuing questions. The biggest one for me, first and foremost, is I've asked repeatedly about eliminating cut-through traffic through our neighborhood just above the project, Lakeview, Tuscarora, Wasau, Bayowawi. Those are all very steep, subject to snow, ice, etc. They're very narrow. They're dangerous streets, just as they are now, without any traffic on it. I received some assurance. Oh, Abby, yeah, we're going to look into it. Tom, well, we're going to look into it. But after a year and a half, I really haven't heard any answers. I think there's a lot of liability in this issue. And since the developers moved the main entrance to the garage now on State Line, close to where Lakeview comes into State Line, that makes it even more important to plan this area. And I think there's an easy solution too. I think if the developer allowed right turn into the garage from State Line and left turns out, so that all the traffic goes back to the major intersection of State Line and Highway 28, that would prohibit cut through traffic in the neighborhood, and we'd be very, very happy with that. In closing, I think I've spent many years developing properties, and before I developed any property, we always looked to make sure that the street infrastructure would support the project and conduct traffic studies. And I've asked about those questions, and I've never heard anything about traffic counts. I'm concerned about how the intersection of State Line and Highway 28 is going to operate. We know there's already backup traffic on Highway 28 on weekends, people coming from Incline to get to Kings Beach to 267. And I'd just like to know how that intersection is going to work. So I would look forward to some more information. And again, in closing, I'm not against the project. I'd like to see the project work. like to be able to walk to the project and enjoy some of the amenities as well. So thank you for your time.
And we're back to Scott Tisch. Scott, if you can unmute.
Time.
I can hear you.
So I originally raised my hand because I wanted to speak a moment ago. So I'll ad lib here a couple ways. Lived within a half a mile of this project. Been a realtor for 30 years. Yakety yak, blah, blah. I've never used wine and dines, you know? So I'm also a board member of the North Tahoe Preservation. We started this organization years ago to keep things in check. And when it came to Boulder Bay, Waldorf, I want to call it now, it was really after my colleagues, friends that I had sold homes to in Upper Crystal Bay. Now, apparently, everybody's just Lakeview luge course. I don't know how else. We just tried our best to look out for things while people, most of them don't live here. You know, I guess people are just enamored with the idea of redevelopment, with wanting this place, you know, I mean, go look at it. I got a minute and a half. I could say, you know, that people talk about the state of the property right now, about the broken windows, because that was all done with, anyway, with Paul, I typically only identified themselves before. I didn't realize that the team is now an advocate for projects. I thought that there was an unbiased third party. Maybe, you know, silly me back in the Tahoe Regional Protection Agency. I didn't realize it was actually to people who are sitting around, wealthy people in our community. If you had $750 million thrown up by Tom at the walkabout yesterday, Corey, the place that you would invest it was a casino there, was because it was 10 feet inside. And you can gamble now on your phone. Of Crystal Bay there could be. I love the place. Redeveloped, but it's a little shaky. My final comment is, if it ... Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Thank you. And I'd like to bring it back to the board for one last round of any questions or comments.
Madam Vice Chair, this is Paul Nielsen. Could I just take a minute to respond to a couple of the questions, or would you rather do?
Please. No, please go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Ms. Waller, good catch. Ellie, on the housing. We don't often talk about bedrooms, we talk about units, but I specifically chose that word because it comes out of the permit, comes out of the approved project, where they talked about 14 two-bedroom on-site. So that's 28 beds on-site and then 10 off-site. So that's where you get the 38. You know, we believe that the bedroom word was chosen because we're dealing really with employees here, not necessarily family units, employees. And so that's probably where the room bedroom came from. But that is something that we don't often use. It's usually units. Let's see, Ellie also asked about VMT. As I said earlier, we have some work to do. That's why we're not asking for action today, and we're not committing to February or March for action, because there's two pieces that are missing. One is the VMT analysis. You heard that from a couple commenters today, and we are working to finalize that report. And we will have that available for the public, but that is a missing piece that needs to be finalized before we can make findings, before we can draw conclusions, and before we can make a recommendation to the board. The other second piece, and this gets to Mr. Volet's comments that I've met with him on, and I've not been able to answer his questions about cut through traffic and circulation, neighborhood circulation. Two issues that we see with these larger projects around the basin. And I will be able to answer those once we get what's called a TIS. It's a traffic impact study. This is primarily for Nevada Department of Transportation use, Washoe County use. It's their roads, and that traffic impact study is important. And so scenic simulations, those will be available and made a part of the record. And I think with that, I will just conclude, Madam Vice Chair, and send it to you.
Thanks much, Paul. Thanks for that extra info. And I
Yep.
will do one more round on that. Board members. Okay. Thank you all. All right, let's move on to reports. Director Reagan.
Thank you. I will abbreviate my report just to say thank you all for your stamina. Thanks to the community for coming out. And I will just say how proud I am of our team at TRPA. The items that we brought for you today, some have been going on for more than a decade right here with this item and the Lily Lake Trail. I think that was a thoughtful discussion, and it took a lot of endeavor on our team. So I thank you for that. And then also wanted to acknowledge with those grant applications that you approved for us to pursue in the state of California, we could bring substantial capacity building help to address some of these land use policies. So thank you very much. And that will conclude my report.
Wonderful, thank you. And with that, we actually do have to end our meeting. We are no longer in quorum. So thank you all. Thanks for being here. Good night. Thank you.